the main lead sitting inside a carriage, her thoughts heavy and bleak. Oh, I must have dozed off. I can't believe I fell asleep at a time like this, no matter how tired I was. She blinks wearily, the weight of her fate pressing down on her. Oh well, I guess there's nothing else I can do. It's possible, that's where I'll die today. But how did she end up here? 1 week earlier, the halls of a noble estate echo with a furious scream. No, Anna cries out, her voice filled with outrage. Why don't you just send me off to live with beggars? This is abhorrent. How can you sell me to a low-born ignoramus? Haven't you heard the rumors about him, father? Her father stands grimly, voice steady but heavy with burden. But you know as well as I do, what would happen if we didn't obey an order from the king himself? This is the kingdom of Earlswald, once a fertile and prosperous land. But everything changed under the reign of King Duquesne III, a lecherous tyrant who abandoned his duty, chasing after the women of the palace, even the wives and daughters of his loyal vassals. Resentment grew. The land turned barren. And the people, broken and enraged, rose in rebellion under a new leader, Caden. After a brutal uprising, the rebels stormed the palace. The king, Queen Cecil, and Crown Prince Eden were all killed. Caden, the rebel leader, crowned himself the new king. In a shocking move, King Caden elevated a commoner knight, the war hero Eli, to the rank of duke. Eli had been Caden's sword, his shadow in every battle. Merciless and brutal, Eli showed no regard for gender or age on the battlefield. His cruelty made even allies shudder in fear. But none of this mattered to Anna. What would happen? It'd be nothing more than losing some wealth. And why am I the one to sacrifice? I'm not your only daughter. Her father's calm breaks into rage. This isn't as simple as you think. As you know, our family stayed loyal to Duquesne III until the very end. Now that Caden has taken power, it wouldn't have been strange if he'd purged us all. But he kept us alive. If we disobey him now, our whole family will surely be wiped out. Besides, your sisters are not even 10 years old yet. I don't want to send you either, Anna. But I have no other choice. Please reconsider and accept your fate. Think of the future of our family as the eldest daughter. Anna's eyes well up with tears. Her voice shakes as she pleads, Father, how can you do this to me? You're determined to send me to that crude monster, aren't you? What's so precious about this land, this stupid old castle? Aren't you supposed to save your daughter even if it costs you everything you have? Enough, Anna. Shut. He stops mid-sentence, eyes catching the silent maid standing nearby. What a maid. I didn't notice her come in. Later, I should make sure her lips are sealed. Anna sobs. Father, I'd rather die than marry him. I'd die again and again if I had to. Her father stares at her in eerie calm before chuckling darkly. All right, don't do it then. Anna stares at him, shocked. Really? Do you really mean that, father? Of course I do, he replies smoothly. I don't want my precious daughter marrying a lowly peasant, either. He steps forward suddenly, grabbing the maid's hand and yanking her forward. He grins. We'll send this girl. Take her to the convent. Have her learn proper manners there for a week. And after that, we'll dress her up like you and send her off to Eli. Anna gasps. But my dear, won't that be too risky? What if he finds out? It'll be fine, her father answers confidently. We'll pretend that our daughter Anna has been stricken by a sudden serious illness. And if Eli finds out, we can just blame the girl, say she's my illegitimate child who was sent to inform him of Anna's illness. We'll claim she took advantage of the situation to better her social status. If she tries to run away or tell anyone about this, we'll just kill her. Anna, now fully complicit, takes a breath and nods. Father, trust me with teaching her manners and etiquette. There's not much time, but I'll make it work. Anna's hand struck across her cheek with a sharp, echoing slap. Her eyes burned with fury as she shouted, Stupid girl. How many times do I have to tell you not to rush for the food? Even a pig rolling in its sty would be smarter than you. She glared down at her trembling maid. Don't act timid either. A viscount's daughter would never worry about what other people might think. Her voice dropped, cold and threatening. Listen, who do you think will have it the worst if Eli finds out? It's you. As soon as he finds out, that monster will rip you to pieces and hang them on the ramparts. Anna leaned closer, every word like a blade. So do your best if you want to live. If you don't hold out long enough, it'll put me in a very awkward situation too. Then, as if offering a poison gift, she added, also, even though he's of low birth, he's now a duke. If you succeed in deceiving him, you can live as a duchess. That's an unthinkable rise of status for someone like you. Anna's lips curled into a cruel smile. And you won't get whipped anymore for running around trying to hide from lecherous knights every night. The girl, Edna, stood there silently, her thoughts heavy with despair. Yes, living here as a servant is already like hell anyway. Maybe this is my chance to get out of this place, even if that place turns out to be another hell. Anna watched her, expression unreadable. I guess that spurred her motivation, she thought. I'm even using salve on my face to look sick. I won't have that worthless girl ruin everything. Surely, a maid is more than enough for a peasant like Eli. Her thoughts turned bitter. Caden ordered me to marry Eli because he's never met me before. If he had seen me even once, he would have instantly realized it. That I'm destined to be queen. Meanwhile, far away, Eli let out a tired sigh. Man, I wasn't even serious about getting married. I should have known Caden would jump on the idea, he scowled. A title, a dominion, and now a bride. He's really determined to tie me to this land. Damn it. A wife is nothing but a headache. Outside the estate, the carriage came to a halt. The driver called out, "We're here, miss." Edna blinked, startled. Oh, yes, sir. I mean, okay, thanks. I'll be right, you. But a voice in her head scolded her. Getting out by yourself without being escorted is an uncivilized thing to do. Just wait in the carriage. Oh yeah, I should wait. She settled back, nervously glancing out the window. Inside, Eli frowned. Why isn't she coming out? Then his expression twisted. Wait, is she saying, I should come and get her? He chuckled dryly. Huh, who does she think she is? Back in the carriage, Edna anxiously wondered, how long should I wait before I get out? And then, suddenly, oh, there he is. Eli walked to the carriage, opened the door, and raised his hand to help her out. His eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't know she was this tall. She seemed rather petite when I saw her before. His thoughts turned to regret. I'm being punished for shooting my mouth off at the time. Oh well, an order is an order. He looked at her and said, we'll have a simple wedding tomorrow. You must be tired from the trip. Take a bath first and… Edna blinked. A bath? He nodded. Yes, I'm sure the servants have it ready. They stepped inside the castle. Eli pointed to a room. Here, the lighted room on the left is yours. Get some rest. Okay then. As he turned away, Edna watched him go. Oh, he's leaving. She stepped into the room and whispered to herself, a bath. In another room, Eli sat on his bed, lost in thought. Her scent, it was strange. The scent of a woman's body. His memories drifted back. The past 3 years I spent on the battleground. I was buried in the stench of blood and forgot what that was like. Later that night, he entered her room. Edna looked up and fear flashed in her eyes. He leaned casually against the doorframe, unmoving. Edna, her nerves on edge, finally broke the silence. Are you just gonna stand there all night? Eli's eyes narrowed. What about you? Edna frowned, confused. What? Are you going to keep standing there like that? He chuckled. I'm sorry, but I'm a lowly peasant with no regard for gentlemanly conduct. He stepped into the room, voice lowering. I have no intention of withdrawing from this room. So, you'd better give in and take your clothes off. Edna's heart raced. What do I do? You said, the wedding was tomorrow. Can't you wait just one day? Regardless of your past, you're now a duke, but even as she spoke, she knew the truth in her thoughts. Of course, I knew this was part of it. Since I was sent to be his wife, there'd be no escaping this kind of demand. But the bridal night should be after the wedding. This is too sudden. Please have some sense of decency. Eli let out a dry laugh. Huh, that's ridiculous. Today, tomorrow, what difference does that make? Stop being headstrong. Disrobe. Tears welled up in her eyes. Please. Eli looked at her, voice suddenly soft. When I first saw you at the palace, I thought you were stunning. I can't wait to see whether your body is just as gorgeous. Edna's eyes widened in horror. No. What? That means Eli knows what Anna looks like. What now? What do I do? If I get caught right now, is that it for me? Then, in her mind, she heard Anna's voice, the warning, the plan. You know, if, by any chance, Eli finds out, this is what you should say. I couldn't come because I came down with a virulent disease, and since all of my sisters were too young, there was no other choice but for you, an illegitimate child, to come. Rumors of me having gotten sick at the convent are already spreading. So there wouldn't be anything much Eli could do even if he told the king. I guess he'd probably take it out on you one way or another. But this way, you'd have a better chance of surviving than taking all of the blame on yourself, wouldn't you? Hee hee. But Edna couldn't bear it. She shouted, "Not Anna." Eli froze. What? He stepped forward, reached up, and tore the veil from her face. His eyes darkened. "You're right. You're not Anna. Who are you?" Trembling, Edna whispered, I'm Viscount William's illegitimate daughter, Edna. I didn't mean to deceive you, but Anna's critically ill, so I was obliged to come instead." Eli chuckled bitterly. "Didn't mean to deceive, you said? Coming here in a wedding dress, with your face covered with a veil, too? Unbelievable. All right, I give you that it was very noble of you to sacrifice yourself." His tone shifted as he grabbed her face, eyes narrowing. "Nonetheless, it was a terrible choice, Edna. I'm sure you've heard the rumors about me. Weren't you afraid?" Edna lifted her head, voice steady. "Those rumors were meaningless to me. I had no other choice anyway." Eli paused. "This girl, she's keeping herself surprisingly calm despite the situation. Does that mean she was ready for this?" He asked coldly, Are you a virgin? A peasant like myself marrying a noblewoman was an absurd idea anyway. A bastard could be a much better match. Your face isn't half bad, either. I like it just as much as Anna's." Edna blushed but met his gaze. "If I'm a virgin, then will you accept me?" He gave a dark chuckle. "Accept you? As my wife? Or for my nightly pleasure?" Anger sparked in her eyes. "Both. I want to live if I can. There's nothing I fear more in the world than death. So answer me. If I'm a virgin, will you accept me? Or will you kill me?" Eli looked at her for a long moment, then his voice softened. "I don't like the way you talk. But still, it's a lot more amusing than a load of crap about how you'd rather die." And in that moment, Edna made a silent vow. "Yes, I will survive. No matter what. I must." The next morning, Edna slowly sat up from bed. She tied her hair back, exhaled, and glanced toward the window, letting the early light wash over her face. Meanwhile, in another room, sunlight pierced through the curtains, falling directly into Eli's eyes. My eyes. Damn it. Who the hell left the curtains drawn? I can't sleep because of the sunlight, he grumbled, until he suddenly froze. Wait, drawn curtains. He sat up sharply, glancing around. His clothes, shoes, and sword were all still perfectly in place. But his expression darkened. He grit his teeth. What the? Who dared to come into my room? His thoughts narrowed. There are only a handful of servants left in the castle. I can't imagine any of those wimps had the guts to do this. Then, memories from the night before came flooding back. Answer me. That girl, I didn't think she'd really be a virgin. I had no doubt she was lying. I treated her too roughly based on that assumption. He frowned. Hasn't she come out of her room yet? Well, I'm sure when she's read. But his steps came to a sudden halt. Standing there, in front of him, was Edna. Not crying, not broken. Not even in bed. Lo and behold, I thought she'd still be in bed, crying her eyes out. He stared at her, almost impressed. She's quite a character. His brow furrowed slightly. This is odd. I thought the king's order was for me to take a wife. The Viscount must have been confused and sent me a maid instead. Wouldn't you say? He let out a dry laugh. Huh. He stepped closer and said, Anyway, this is utter disrespect for me on his part, sending you dressed in such rags. His voice held a biting edge. I hope that's not what you're wearing to our wedding. Edna fired back without hesitation. You tore off the dress I was supposed to wear at the wedding. His eyes narrowed. Are you talking back to me? I thought I made it clear yesterday that I didn't like that way of talking. What then? Edna shot back. Should I ignore you? Eli's lips twitched slightly. I already knew it yesterday, but she's definitely something else. She's like a lion cub with all her claws out. When we go to the village, we should get you a new dress first. You can't get married in a torn dress. And the one you have on right now is even worse. She blinked in surprise. Why? He raised an eyebrow. Why what? I promised you yesterday. But her voice softened as she looked away. But that's my problem. If you marry me, you'll be slighting the king. I don't know why you'd take such a risk too. Eli cut in firmly. First of all, I wasn't serious about wanting to marry Anna. I made a joke cause she had a pretty face. And what the king wants is for me to marry and settle down. He won't care if it isn't with Anna. Lastly, I'm a man of my word. I do what I say. He paused. HM? You. His eyes studied her face. Your face, it's a bruise. Did they beat you 'cause you're a bastard? Edna shouted. It wasn't like that. And it's none of your business. Eli frowned. Are you ashamed that you were beaten? You are one proud bastard, aren't you? His voice lowered. Fine. From now on, at least in this castle, something like that will never happen. He turned, voice more businesslike now. We should eat first. We should make haste. There's a lot to do today. Edna stood still for a moment, watching him. At that moment, I really looked at his face for the first time. A war hero, a death lord, a man-butcher. This brutal man who's called by numerous names, with golden hair that shines like the sun and gray eyes as cold as knives, stood there with a blasé look on his face, as if he didn't care about anything other than lunch. Later that day, Edna and Eli stood outside the castle. The sun was bright overhead, and a strong breeze rolled across the quiet land. Eli ran a rough hand along the horse's neck, murmuring, easy, easy, easy. Edna's eyes widened slightly. A horse. Are we going on horseback? She asked. That's right, Eli replied. I see. Edna answered, a soft chuckle in her voice. A horse. It's been so long, she thought silently, her heart fluttering with something close to excitement. Eli noticed her expression, puzzled. Huh? She's weirdly excited. He glanced away and added, I'm sorry we're not going in a carriage. You must be disappointed that I don't even have a coachman. What? Edna shouted, startled. I didn't mean it that way. No, Eli replied with a shrug. Fine then. Her heart pounded in her chest. Was that a joke? He's hard to read. She let out a quiet laugh. Why are you just standing there? Eli raised his hand, tone sharp but direct. We barely have enough time as it is. Take my hand. She obeyed, slipping her hand into his. He pulled her toward him effortlessly and lifted her onto the horse, settling her in front of him. Thank you for helping me up, she whispered as she exhaled softly. Let's go, Eli said. With a firm kick, the horse sprang forward. They galloped across the land, the wind tearing at their clothes and hair. Edna clung to the saddle, her thoughts spinning. I was surprised. Him pulling me up all of a sudden was startling, of course, but I really didn't expect he'd make a joke. I never imagined that there could be a gentle side to him. Every time I bump against the saddle, it brings back the painful feelings from last night. I wish we were going on separate horses. But the rhythm of the horse's hooves echoed through her bones. The steady vibrations, the rush of wind, the scent of earth in the air, it all wrapped around her like a distant memory. The force of the hooves on the ground, the vibrations running through my entire body, the smell of the air that wraps around my skin. If I could ride on, feeling all of that, the way I used to, maybe I'd be able to get there. Somewhere far away, where no one could find me. But as they approached the village, Edna's breath caught. What happened? They rode through what used to be a thriving land. All around them were broken buildings, scorched homes, abandoned lives. Until the war was over. Eli said, his voice heavy, this land was left without any troops. While they were fighting in the war, lawbreakers pillaged the whole village. His eyes swept across the devastation. But even so, this is a lot worse than I imagined. It doesn't seem like caring for the land now will yield anything, not even a blade of grass. Had I made a visit sooner, it wouldn't have become this bad. He trailed off, jaw clenched. It doesn't seem like. He muttered, then spoke aloud. We'll find a dress in this village. Oh, Edna nodded, then quietly stepped down from the horse. It's fine. I don't care about a dress. Around them, whispers floated in the air. Are they travelers? Why would anyone visit here? Help us, sir, please. The only thing I had for the last 3 days was a piece of bread. Edna's chest tightened. Once, I stayed in this land. It was an affluent and beautiful village. This is my fault. Maybe not all of it, but I'm definitely responsible. I want to atone for my wrongs. I want to give back to these people. Until the war was over, this land was left unattended, Eli said again. And as he watched her, another thought crept into his mind. There's definitely something about her. The way she dismounted from the horse earlier, it wasn't something just anyone could have learned. There was an odd air about her, one that whispered of sophistication, intelligence, strength, and a tone that couldn't be placed. It was just a hunch, but Eli had avoided countless dangers thanks to those very hunches. Now he wondered, should he try throwing her off? Later, Eli spoke with a calm certainty. My men will arrive a few days later. They went to find their family after we were stationed here. He glanced around the rugged terrain. We must prepare for the winter in order to survive, but I haven't the slightest idea what I should do here. Edna looked at him, her voice uncertain. So then? He replied, however, I won't do anything for this land. That shocked her. What? She gasped. But Eli remained firm. I do not plan to wield my right as a lord in this land. And so I have no obligation to look after it either. Then, almost in the same breath, he added, nevertheless, winter's on the way. I not only have my soldiers, but their families and you to worry about as well. I can't have all of you freezing in that castle, can I? Edna hesitated. Well then, what do you plan to do? You said. I won't do anything myself. Eli cut her off. However, if you have any good ideas, you may do as you see fit, Edna. She blinked, surprised, confused, and then a thought sparked inside her. I can. This man, did he even know what he was saying? Letting her do as she pleased, did he realize that meant granting her all the rights? If she had the right to act, it meant she could help them, the people of this village. But a lowly maid like her shouldn't know how to help a rundown village. If she stepped forward, he might find out. Meanwhile, Eli watched her, his thoughts sharp. Now, Edna, show me what you're hiding. And Edna, heart pounding, thought to herself, I'm dead if he finds out. There won't be a second chance. Still, I want to help them. With sudden resolve, she smiled and asked, when will we hold our wedding? Eli raised a brow, startled. Wedding? With that dress of yours. But Edna didn't flinch. I said I don't need a dress. I need justification. I need justification to act as the wife of a lord. Those eyes again. Eli stared into them, puzzled. It was odd. When he looked into her eyes, he felt something. They looked like the flames of a fire, like the first light of dawn, or a star burning bright in the night sky. Ferocious, yet calm. Eyes that refused to back down. Very well, he thought. Those are the same eyes I saw that time. He raised his hand near her neck, his gesture lingering. Then he chuckled quietly to himself. Huh. Although she fears me so, her eyes continue to burn. The more I know her, the more interesting she is. Then, aloud, he said, fine. Edna stared at him, stunned. What? He met her gaze and replied, let's go have the wedding right now. There must be at least one church in this barren land. I highly doubt they just rolled over and died with God's blessing. How vulgar, Edna thought, glancing up toward the sky. She raised her hand. Is it going to rain soon? Eli narrowed his eyes. They're here. The monk stepped forward with shaky breath and warm eyes. Welcome. I welcome you, dear Lord. I am the head monk of this monastery. You may call me Noel. Eli looked around, unimpressed. The building's on the verge of collapse and the monks are about to pass out. What's going on here? Monk Noel coughed weakly, then answered, it is punishment for our own sins. We have angered the heavens, and so they try us through hardship. His voice trembled, but his tone carried weight. Now, what brings a lord to this humble town? Eli's voice was gentler this time. We would like to have our wedding. We came to find someone who could officiate the ceremony. Well, that is, if you have the energy to speak. Of course, I will compensate for a wedding mass. But inside, Eli's thoughts were sharp. His question seems hostile. It's not like they ever cared before. They wouldn't even notice if the wind blew up there. But if I offer my service for your wedding, despite being an old and feeble man, the monk interrupted, what will you do for our monastery in return? Eli narrowed his eyes. What will I do? Noel didn't flinch. If you might allow us, we would like to collect money from the village to rebuild this monastery. After all, we are the servants of God. So we must be able to feed ourselves. Wouldn't you agree? Without a word, Eli unsheathed his sword and slashed across the monk's face. Father, the other monks cried in horror. Eli's voice rang out like thunder. You want to collect money? In this town, his fury was unrestrained. I saw plenty of your kind on the battlefield. Those self-proclaimed disciples of God who ignored the bloody cries of the people and locked the doors to their monasteries. You want to collect money from the people instead of praying for an end to their pain. He glared at them, unrelenting. Right? What do you think I'll do? I said, what do you think I'll do for you lasses? Edna stood frozen, watching him. It's true. After running away, I had nowhere to go. So I ran to a monastery first. But the monks turned me, a person who had nothing to offer, away. I ended up wandering the streets, then got captured by some ruffians and sold as a maid. Her chest tightened. Then, when Anna left for the monastery, they gladly offered her their best room. What a convenient faith. She remembered the alleys. The alleys are full of starving children, yet they avert their eyes and seek gold. How can they call themselves disciples of God? But Edna reached out and gently tapped his hand. Please, calm down, my lord. Everyone is starving after the extended war. No one can remain graceful under the strain of such hunger. Her thoughts raced. The cardinal may seek out the culprit if a monk is killed. Even the king cannot stop an investigation ordered by the cardinal. She spoke again, firmer this time. They are servants to the heavens, my lord. Please, quiet your anger. He probably doesn't intend to really kill them, she thought. There'd be nothing to gain from such a grave crime. Eli took a long breath, then lowered his sword and slid it back into its sheath. Let's go. Edna sighed with relief and turned back to the shaken monks. Are you all right? They nodded quickly. Yes. She smiled, gentle and composed. For now, we shall send you some goods and supplies by tomorrow. I trust the monastery will distribute the goods equally to the townspeople. The monk gave a small, humbled chuckle. Think. Edna interrupted with a light laugh of her own. I'm sure that God will be watching over you at all times, but please remember that we are also watching you right here. She turned her gaze sharp as steel. The Lord's sword is still pointing at your throat. You'll do well to remember that. After a while, the monk stood at the altar, holding a weathered book in his hands. It's done. You are man and wife. But before he could finish, Eli glanced toward the sky. The clouds don't look too good. Looks like it'll pour soon. Edna, we should hurry. Startled, Edna quickly nodded. Oh yes. They stepped out of the crumbling church and made their way to the waiting horse. As they reached it, Edna turned her head for one last look at the ruinous houses behind her. Just wait. I will, without fail, restore this place. With a sharp gallop, the horse raced forward. Eli's thoughts stirred. The way she spoke back there, it wasn't something a mere maid could learn from peering over a noble's shoulder. It's not simply just knowing what to say. The tone of her voice, her posture, speech, facial expression, stare, would all require a considerably higher level of education. Having such dignity is, just who are you? Edna. Suddenly, thick raindrops began to fall from the sky. Eli grumbled under his breath. Whoa, it's coming down hard. It'll be too dangerous to keep riding like this. Let's get off for now. He pointed ahead. There's a cave nearby that hunters use. We should wait until the rain lightens up a bit. Edna blushed faintly. All right. The rain poured down heavily now. Soaked and breathless, they found shelter in a rocky tunnel. Eli struck stone against stone, coaxing a fire to life. I would have just ran back to the castle if I had been alone. How tedious. Edna blinked, her voice soft. Sorry, this is my fault. Then again, even if you had been alone, you could still fall off the horse. Eli sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. You really can't let a single thing slip by, can you? Well, you're not wrong. A sudden sneeze broke the silence. Edna shivered. Eli turned to her, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Don't just sit there. Take off your clothes. Edna's eyes widened. What? He held up his hand calmly. Don't worry, I'm not trying to do anything. Luckily, bandits haven't pillaged this place yet. There are some blankets here, so we can keep warm while our clothes dry. Edna hesitated, her voice small. But Eli didn't let her finish. I don't want to be a character in some tragedy about my wife dying of fever on our first night. Take them off yourself before I do it for you. Embarrassed and flushed, she muttered, Fine. I'll get undressed. She slowly peeled off her soaked clothes. Eli turned, and then his eyes caught something. Whip scars. They trailed across her back like fading echoes of pain. Is that why she didn't want to undress? Without a word, he grabbed a blanket and gently draped it around her shoulders. Edna blinked and gave a soft, grateful chuckle. Oh, thank you. Was he trying to make me feel better? She wondered silently. For some reason, when I'm with him, I feel myself returning to the person I used to be. Full of pride, confident, and living a lie. I thought I had already let go of my past. And then, a sudden voice echoed through the tunnel. Over there. Ha ha ha. Prince Eden. The late king, Duquesne III, was an unprecedented tyrant. He twisted the governing laws to suit his desires, took women as he pleased, and bled the people dry. He grew bored easily and discarded things just as quickly, his queens being no exception. One was already dead, the other banished to her homeland. Then came the third queen, Cecil, royal princess of Beowald. This woman was Edna's mother. As nobles gathered in the royal garden, they chattered excitedly. "Prince Eden, did you see? There, in the garden, dear me, the roses are in full bloom. Not to mention winter's on its way. Isn't it incredible?" Queen Cecil stood nearby, elegant and composed. "Indeed, that is quite magnificent. The flowers must have mistaken the seasons after seeing the beauty of you ladies." A noblewoman giggled shyly. "Oh my, Prince Eden." But though her smile remained, Cecil's grace had long faded in the king's eyes. As soon as she was crowned, she lost his favor. Neglected among the king's many mistresses, her days were quietly suffocating. Her life dangled by a thread. The child growing in her womb was her last hope. If she could bear a son heir to Duquesne III, she might finally gain security and status. She clung to that hope desperately. When the child was born, Cecil's eyes widened. "It's a princess," the newborn cried softly in her arms. But as the infant's warmth spread through her trembling fingers, Cecil made a decision. Her voice was low, unwavering. "You shall never speak of what you witnessed here today. On this day, I gave birth to a prince." The midwife blinked, stunned. "My queen." Cecil had chosen to hide the truth. Because the life of a royal daughter was cold and cruel. No matter how clever or gifted she was, she would only be sculpted into something lovely and silent, then married off to some perverted old noble in the name of honor. Cecil was exhausted by it all. "I will not allow you to live such a life," she thought. "When that lunatic Duquesne III dies, this land will be yours to rule. That is the only hope you and I have for survival in this castle. You can blame me for being a selfish mother. Edna." And so began Edna's life as Eden. Under her mother's watchful eye, the prince's education was strict and relentless. The days were difficult, demanding, but Edna was a brilliant child, quick to learn, sharp with a sword, and quietly observant. Life as Eden became second nature. 16 long years passed. In a grand arena, blades clashed. The crowd erupted, the winner is Prince Eden. Edna had grown into a prodigy, with no equal in wit or strength. Back at the castle, Cecil smiled as she greeted her child. "You won a duel against Sir Derek." "Yes, I was fortunate," Edna replied. "There's no need to be humble," Cecil said softly. "He's a renowned knight best known for his skill in swordplay. If you've defeated such an opponent, your skills must be at such a level as well." Then her gaze darkened just slightly. "However, you cannot win by strength alone. We must find a way to make up for that. Hopefully it will be covered with practice, but you're still..." Cecil didn't finish the sentence. But Edna already knew. A woman. Her mother's voice rang again, more serious now. "Don't forget, Edna. You're a woman and no one can ever know of that. Your true name is Edna, but no one may ever know you by that name. Someday you shall rule over this land as a woman. But everything will be over if your secret is revealed before that time. Your father would never forgive us. Understand?" "Yes, mother." Edna had heard those words for as long as she could remember. Ever since she first understood what made her different from the other boys. Ever since then, she had never truly slept in peace. She practiced with a sword, studied history, took lessons in diplomacy, walked the streets, ate her meals, even breathed, all for Eden. All to survive. She took bitter medicine to halt her body's growth as a woman. But it wasn't enough. Her chest continued to grow. And with it, the pressure. She wrapped herself in tighter and tighter bandages until it hurt to breathe. She endured. And still, she endured. Then one day, Cecil spoke gravely. "Recently, Duquesne III has fallen gravely ill. Rumors say that the syphilis has already spread to his mind. He won't last much longer." "You mean..." Edna's voice barely left her throat. "Soon it will be time," Cecil said. "You will be crowned king of this land. You will never serve as a man's doll." Those were the words Cecil had repeated for Edna's entire life. And yet, Edna couldn't quite understand. Noble daughters obeyed their families, were married off and forgotten. And Edna, who had become a prince because of her mother's will, was no different. She couldn't see what truly separated them. What was ever different between her and them? Yes, mother, Edna said. Your Majesty, this is not a laughing matter, a soldier said with urgency in his voice. The resentful cries of the lords and people are spreading, even within the main city. Please, you must listen to their grief, but the emperor cut him off with wild laughter. What is it you fear so much? This city and castle are guarded by hundreds of knights who have pledged their loyalty to me. Even if a rebellion rises, just kill them all. The room fell tense as another soldier rushed in, breathless. Your Majesty. Urgent news. The emperor narrowed his eyes. How dare you raise your voice in my presence? The soldier quickly bowed. Please forgive me. The matter is far too urgent. There's a rebellion underway. Their leader is the second son of House McGregor, Caden McGregor. That winter, Edna was 16 years old. A maid rushed into Queen Cecil's chambers and whispered quickly into her ear. The war had begun. Edna stormed in moments later, her voice sharp. Mother, I shall fight as well, but Cecil shook her head. You must not. Mother, I've already sent a secret letter to Beowald. Reinforcements will arrive in 2 or 3 weeks. As soon as the soldiers arrive, we will return to Beowald. Even Caden won't be able to touch us once we've crossed the border. We must plan our next move there, Edna blinked. You mean you're telling me to flee? Yes. Duquesne III no longer has any authority as king. My only hope is that he can hold out until our reinforcements arrive. There's no longer any hope in this city. You cannot die in a place like this, Eden. Edna clenched her fists. But, Mother, if I abandon my country and my people, what was the point of the last 15 years living as Eden? Eden. The name Cecil gave her. The name of a prince. A perfect, idealistic mask sculpted by the queen. Do I have the right to reclaim the throne after abandoning my own country? Will I be able to forgive myself for fleeing? If they could never return to Ulswald, and Eden was no longer necessary for either of them to survive, then what remained of Edna? Herself as Eden, and herself as Edna. Both felt foreign. Both were fragments of a life forced upon her. And so she questioned everything. Time passed, and Edna's 16th birthday came. My sincere congratulations, Your Highness, a court lady said gently. We should open the palace gates and welcome all the citizens to celebrate this joyous day. I apologize for not being able to do so. Edna gave a soft chuckle. Not to worry. I know we are not at liberty to do so. I am only grateful that you all have gathered here to celebrate with me despite these trying times. Times may be tough, but we shall win this fight together. She exhaled, but her heart remained heavy. Tired? Cecil asked. No, Mother. I'm not tired, but the soldiers outside are risking their lives to guard the gate, while I'm in here, safe and sound, enjoying a banquet. It is hard to hold my head up from the shame. Cecil nodded slowly. I see. Well, the important thing is that you know. A ruler must boast from time to time. If we show weakness, the people will become fearful and lose faith in us. But if boasting is the only thing a ruler does, then one will fail and destroy the land, just like your father. Always think of the people who follow you. Yes, I will keep that in mind, Edna said quietly. Suddenly, a shout echoed across the room. Your Majesty, Duquesne III stood at the doorway, wine bottle in hand. His robe hung loosely over his shoulders, his face flushed. Eden, my son. I was resting in my chamber when I heard news of your birthday. I couldn't just stay quiet as your father on such a day. Edna hesitated. Thank you, father, he laughed heartily. Yes, perhaps I shall give a speech since it's such a joyful day. He raised the bottle and tilted it back, drunken joy bubbling into madness. My son, do you hear the cries from afar? Do you hear the galloping hooves? They are closing in. Then he laughed again, louder and darker. The day of your death is near. The day of your death is near. Duquesne III had grown madder by the day. The nobles murmured quietly among themselves. Did you hear? Apparently, Sir Edgar was executed after counseling the king yesterday. The siege has been going on for a month, yet the king hasn't visited the battlefield once. The morale of the soldiers is dwindling. Another noble added, it's true. The king didn't seem to have a single plan yesterday. He still seeks only women and alcohol every day without any concern for this rebellion. He doesn't seem interested in the people who have died for this war. The king has abandoned his duties as a leader. There was a heavy sigh. In the end, that's right. It would seem so. We can't rely on a rotting rope to save us, can we? Outside the palace walls, soldiers moved under the heavy moonlight. Hey, go get some sleep. It's time to rotate. One looked up. Oh, is it already that time? The other grinned slightly. It's still a bit early. Just keep this a secret from the commander. Sure, thanks. We'll go ahead then. Sounds good. Leave the gates to us. Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash. A young girl, breathless, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Your Majesty." "Urgent news, Your Majesty." Queen Cecil, awakened by the noise, sat up. "Ophelia, what are you yelling about at this hour?" Ophelia's voice trembled as she cried out, "The gates have been opened. The rebels are pouring into the palace. King Duquesne III has already been beheaded. The palace will soon be taken over. You must run now." Cecil clutched at her blanket, eyes wide. "Beowald, any news from Beowald yet?" Her thoughts spiraled. "What? How can this be? They've abandoned me. Beowald has abandoned me. Is this the end of me? Enduring all this time just to fall like this, Ophelia pulled at her sleeve. "Your Majesty, there's no time to lose. You must hurry but Cecil's voice cut like a blade. "Where is Prince Eden?" Ophelia hesitated. "Your Majesty." Cecil's voice rose again, firm and full of fury. "Silence. I am the Queen. Do you think they'll give up until they've seen me swinging by the throat?" Her mind sharpened suddenly. Right, no royal will be able to avoid such a fate. Even Eden. But then, a flicker of clarity, but Edna's a different story. The only ones who know of Edna are me and Ophelia. I personally killed all the wet nurses and doctors who examined us. As long as Edna can escape out of the castle, she can live. Edna can survive. "Edna," Cecil's voice echoed. Edna came rushing in, startled. "Mother." Cecil grabbed her hand with urgency. "Edna, take off your clothes right away." "Pardon?" "Mother, there's no time for this. You must hurry and escape through the hidden." Edna froze. She called me Edna, even with all these people watching. Cecil didn't hesitate. "No, you are the only one who will escape." "Edna," she turned to a nearby maid. "Sione, give her your clothes. No one can continue on the same path once they grasp power. Edna, you must survive and watch what happens." "Mother." "Mother." Edna's voice trembled, but Cecil was resolute. "Watch how that bloody throne consumes Caden." "Mother, Cecil shoved the clothes into her arms. "You must live on as a normal woman, outside of this castle. Please." Edna's voice grew soft. "Yes, Mother." Cecil looked her in the eyes for what might be the last time. "All right, Edna. Tonight, Eden dies here. They won't suspect anything if they see this sword of yours." Edna thought in disbelief. "What? You're cunning. You're quite cunning, Mother." As Cecil watched her child, her own thoughts began to break. "Actually, when I think about it now, you were never able to live your life as your own due to my ambition. I killed all those people and sacrificed you, all for something so worthless that would crumble in the end. I was such a fool." Cecil whispered her final words. "Sorry for everything. Be happy, my child," and with that, she pushed Edna away. Edna stumbled, her voice ringing out. "Mother, no, Mother." From the other side, Edna banged against a locked door. "Open it. Please open this." Outside, Cecil composed herself, giving orders. "Gil, hold this." "Yes, Your Majesty." Turning to the nobles who had gathered, she addressed them one final time. "And all of you, I'm sorry things have to end like this. I will gladly accept any punishment in hell. But no one must know that Edna is alive." Her final thoughts clung to the warmth that once changed her heart. "This is my final selfish wish. You probably resent me, but I don't mind. When I felt that small warmth at that moment, I vowed to protect you even if it cost 1,000 lives." Edna covered herself with a cloth, her body trembling as shivers ran down her spine. Eli, sitting beside her, watched her closely. Was she having a nightmare, he wondered. Edna suddenly woke up, pushing herself upright with her hands. Her gaze locked on the fire, eyes widening as if entranced. Before Eli could react, she dashed forward, shouting desperately, "Oh no. Don't leave me here. Take me with you. Let go of me. I need to be with them." Eli grabbed her hands firmly. "Get a hold of your," he shouted, and then slapped her sharply. "Wake up. Do you want to kill yourself in that fire? That's enough sleep talking." Startled, Edna blinked in disbelief. "You slapped me. You said I never get beaten." Eli sighed. "Huh, looks like you're awake if you can talk back like that. Well, if you're up, get dressed. The rain stopped and our clothes are dry, so we should head back. If we linger around any longer, the sun will set and we'll have to spend the night here. Hurry up." "All right," she murmured, lowering her eyes. As she quietly gathered herself, thoughts flooded her mind. Sleep-talking. Even so, I tried to jump into that fire. You've grown weak, Edna. Even if it had been an unconscious act, she had still tried to end her life. I must remember, she told herself. Remember the screams that echoed from the other side of the wall that night. I mustn't forget the weight of the innocent lives that were sacrificed to save me, and the final wish my mother left behind. When Eli stood beside her, he tried to ease the tension. Good thing Raoul had dinner ready, he said. I would have starved to death once I passed the castle gates. You must be tired after everything that happened today. Let's retire to our room now. Oh, very well. Then, I shall return to my room, Edna replied softly. Eli turned to her, puzzled. What are you talking about? She blinked, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Pardon. Perhaps you've already forgotten, Eli said with a teasing tone, but we're married now. My dear Duchess, are you suggesting we sleep in separate chambers on our first night of marriage? I'd rather not. Our first night, Edna stammered, her face burning. But we already spent last night. A strange expression crossed Eli's face. That's it then? We got married today, so none of that matters. It's just, she tried to respond, flustered. For your information, he continued, his voice calm but firm, even if this was a forced marriage, I don't plan on being a husband only in name once we're married. You're the one who insisted on that condition, that you would fulfill your duties as both wife and slave in exchange for the title of Duchess. Edna exhaled softly. Very well. I'll bear with it. In turn, she hesitated, then steadied her tone. You must honor your word about giving me all the rights. Eli chuckled lowly. Haha, no need to worry about that. I already called you my Duchess, Edna. Later that night, as the two lay close in the dim light, Eli looked into Edna's eyes. A strange dizziness overcame him. Damn, he thought. For some reason, when I gaze into her eyes, I get dizzy and confused. Just who are you, Edna? Who are you to drive me so? Eli lay beside Edna in bed, his voice calm yet resolute as he said, You shall sleep in my room from now on, regardless of whether I hold you or not. I'm sure you despise the idea of sharing a room with a lowly commoner like me, but you did say you'd bear with it. Edna turned toward him, her cheeks faintly flushed. That's not, I had only meant that I would bear with the pain, because it was so painful when we first. He looked at her quietly. And tonight? Did it hurt this time? No, it didn't hurt this time, she replied softly, her voice trembling with shyness. That's right, she thought. Tonight wasn't painful. When morning came and the sun's light spilled gently into the room, Edna rose and pulled open the curtains. As she glanced at Eli, still resting peacefully, a strange warmth stirred inside her. Last night was strange, she thought. He wasn't rough with me at all. He was gentle and considerate, almost as if he was holding someone dear to him. I suppose that means I felt as though I was being loved as a woman. It's strange, this isn't the same helplessness I felt serving as a maid. I can still clearly feel my senses as Edna, yet to think that way so naturally. Her mother's words echoed faintly in her mind. You must live on as a normal woman, outside of this castle. A life as a normal woman. I dreamt of that life every day when I was Edna, she reflected. But ever since I left the castle, I never imagined even once the heavy weight that came with surviving. Is it possible here? Eli had given her power, a title, Duchess, and he clearly regarded her as his wife. If I stay with him, I'll bear his child and grow to care for him and live on, and then. She stopped herself. Fool, don't get carried away. You made a promise, Edna, to restore what your father destroyed. The things that have crumbled away while my mother and I simply sat by, dreaming and waiting for the throne. She knew Eli was quick to catch on, sharp in both mind and observation. The knowledge I'd need to incorporate in order to revive this land is far greater than what a mere Viscount's maid would be able to learn in such a short time. Of course I'll be careful, but in the worst case scenario, if my identity gets revealed, I'll be killed. I'm sorry, mother, she thought sorrowfully. But ever since I escaped that day, after abandoning my name, title, country, and people, surviving has only brought more pain. I felt as if my lungs were burning with every breath I took. I could only hang on to that sliver of guilt, and my life had no meaning at all. But at last, I've found it a reason for me to live on. In her heart, Edna spoke to her mother once more. Are you telling me to flee? She asked quietly. Yes, came her mother's voice in her memory. I won't run away this time, Edna whispered. Even if it costs me my life, I will restore this land. Her voice steadied as she called, Raoul. Moments later, Raoul entered, bowing politely. Yes, my lady. Did you have a good night's sleep? What may I do for you at this early hour? Stand up, please. There's no need for you to, Edna said gently. I have a favor to ask. And then, silently to herself, she added, it's the least I can do, to repay my sins. Raoul stood at the doorway, surprise flickering across his face. Madam, he began, bowing slightly, I have prepared everything as you requested. Thank you, Raoul. Well done, Edna replied gently, her expression calm yet purposeful. Hesitantly, Raoul spoke again. But, will this be all right? These are the supplies sent to the castle. To take them without first informing the Lord. It's fine, Edna said quietly, her gaze unwavering. The Lord is already aware of this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Eli stirred awake. His hand brushed the empty space beside him, and his eyes narrowed. Again, he muttered. I didn't sense that woman getting out of bed again. Even when she was lying here right next to me. She even folded my clothes and took my sword, yet I still didn't notice? This doesn't make any sense. He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck in disbelief. My body's still alert with the habits I developed during the war. Staying alert meant I couldn't let my senses dull even while I slept. There's no way I wouldn't wake up with someone moving around next to me. Well, that's if it was a normal person. Then, hearing faint murmurs from outside, he frowned. What's all the commotion? Outside, Edna stood among a gathered crowd, her expression warm and composed. Thank you all for coming, she said with a gentle smile. I'm sure the roads must be dangerous after that storm yesterday, so again, thank you for coming. The men can take the supplies here to the wagons for transport, and the women who have come for work, please follow Raoul to the kitchen. There are many to feed, so we'll need a lot of bread. One of the monks stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Please, I do beg your pardon, my lady. Please forgive me, but even if you feed the hungry with the supplies from this castle, what will you do after that? As you very well know, we have no way of repaying you for these supplies. What I mean to say is, can you guarantee that the villagers will not be held hostage in return for these supplies? Edna looked at him for a moment. This man, despite what he said yesterday, he must truly care for the people in this town, she thought. He witnessed Eli's wrath with his own eyes, yet he gathered the courage to speak up for these people. She chuckled softly, her tone reassuring. There's no need to worry. The Lord is aware that he was unable to take proper care of this land due to the prolonged war. He knows very well that you suffered from pillaging. That is precisely why we have personally summoned you to this castle. It would be fine to distribute the supplies through the monastery, but I thought it better to show the Lord's determination to all of you in person this way. The Lord shall decide what will happen from now on, so at the very least, do not worry about taking these supplies with you today. It is the duty of a lord to watch over his land. Standing behind her, unseen by the villagers, Eli listened in silence. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her calm smile. So she's using my title for this, and she can even smile like that, he thought. Eli, the Duke, stood with folded arms, his tone laced with dry amusement. Excellent work emptying the stores, and so early in the morning. What a diligent wife I have, he said. You're already hard at work the moment after we held our wedding. Aren't you too much? Edna turned to him calmly. My apologies. Were we being too loud? I did not wish to wake you. Oh, well, Eli replied with a smirk. The noise was more than enough to wake all the people in the next town over. UG, she murmured under her breath. By the way, Eli continued, circling her with slow, deliberate steps, I'm sure I gave you authority only yesterday. Did you already manage to take stock of all our supplies? Oh my, how swift indeed. Yes, Raoul assisted me, so Edna began, but she stopped short as her eyes met his. That look, she thought. I'm used to that sort of gaze, judging me, inspecting every inch. Eli is suspicious of me. I expected this, but this is much earlier than I would have wanted. More importantly, the people were finally gaining faith and now they're frightened. I have to put an end to this situation for now. She drew a steady breath and spoke smoothly. Raoul's in the kitchen. You must be hungry. I'll send word to have your breakfast brought to you right away. Eli's eyes flickered with curiosity as he observed the villagers nearby. What's this? He thought. The people who looked anxious seem relieved now that they've heard Edna. Yesterday, they were consumed by despair, wallowing in disappointment and resignation. They know I've abandoned this land until now. They know their lord doesn't care, even after witnessing firsthand the devastation in their town. But now they're relying on Edna, even though she only just became Duchess yesterday. However little they trust her, I'm curious. Back then, and then as well, and again this morning, even now. Edna has been here for less than a week, and each day has been full of mysteries. I want to know. I want to know who you truly are. Eli, Edna said softly, her tone cautious. His expression hardened as he turned toward the villagers. What are you all doing? He barked. Don't just stand there. Do what the lady has ordered you to do. If you laze around, I'll shut the gates. Yes, as you wish, good sir, the people replied in unison, quickly scattering to their tasks. Those poor people, Edna thought, watching them hurry off in fear. They're terrified. Why would he do something like that all of a sudden? Did I do something to confirm his assumptions? I'm sensing a sort of newfound confidence coming from him. That's Eli's room. Is he going to test his theory in there? This isn't good. I can feel it. I'm the one who will be tested in that room. No, I can't end things here. Please help me, mother. Raoul, one of the servants in the castle, quietly observed the scene unfolding before her eyes. In her thoughts, she reflected, hello there. I am a servant in this castle, Raoul. And here is the lord I serve. This is Duke Eli, the lord of this castle. He isn't the first lord I've served since I started working here, but Duke Eli is different from the other nobles. Of course, he's also of a different bloodline, but more than that, his eyes are different. As expected of a hero from the battlefield, the air around him carries the weight of war. When I first met him, I was so frightened I barely managed to introduce myself. Her gaze softened as she thought of the new lady of the house. And the lady who just married him yesterday is an odd one as well. Normally, noble daughters are full of pride, picky, and unconcerned with the work of servants. But the lady, she's different. She helps when there aren't enough people. She's already managed to understand the state of this land and distributed supplies right away. She's quite odd and she's very kind. As the townsfolk gathered nearby, whispers spread through the crowd. Is something the matter? One villager asked nervously. Perhaps the lord is against distributing these goods, another replied in a low voice. Then what should we do? Will the Duchess be all right? A third villager whispered anxiously. Suddenly, Edna let out a sharp cry, caw. Startled, Duke Eli's voice thundered through the hall. Are you really just some bastard maid? Inside, Edna's thoughts raced. Stay calm. If I say a single wrong word, it will be the end of me. He will only grow more suspicious if I make hasty excuses. Eli's sharp eyes never left her. This woman isn't just good at talking, he thought. What's more important for building trust than words is attitude, sometimes threatening, sometimes gentle. She knows how to lead people. You are not just some maid, Edna. So now, reveal yourself. Is that so important right now? Edna said calmly. Eli frowned. What? Was that so important that you had to drag me in here, in front of all those people? Edna asked, her voice steady but firm. You must know the people in town fear you. Even if you don't want to, we'll have to give out our supplies for a while, at least until they can put aside their fear and regain their faith in you. Inside, She thought carefully. Now, here's the important part. A truth within a lie. That's the hardest thing to catch. That's what I need now. You asked if I'm really just some bastard maid, she continued. Very well. Perhaps I wasn't a bastard back in that castle, because I was merely a maid. Eli's expression darkened. Is that the truth? Edna took a breath and spoke with conviction. I would get beaten because I wasn't used to working, and I had to flee from the soldiers who tried to hold me every night. When I'd get beaten after being found, no one in that castle would help me. For a lowly, hopeless girl like me, that was the only sort of life I was given. So that is why I want to help the people in this town. The pain, the starvation, the endless despair, I know them all firsthand. But if you suspect me because of that, do as you wish. I am your wife and your duchess. But you're the one who gave all of that to me. So please, do as you wish. Edna's voice did not tremble as she spoke, and her words lingered in the air, firm and unyielding. The Duke smirked coldly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp glint as he said, Did you think I'd be moved by your spirit if you yielded this way? Don't you already know what kind of person I am? I've beheaded countless people with this sword. You think I'll hesitate even for a second to cut off your head?" Edna met his gaze calmly. "Then please do as you wish. I have nothing more to say. If you still suspect me even after that, then I have no other way to prove myself. You hold the sword, and all I can do is trust your judgment." Eli's voice burst with fury. "Blast you! There should be a limit to how stubborn you can be." Startled, Edna flinched and gasped as his anger filled the room. Let me see," the Duke muttered, stepping closer. "I'm all right," Edna replied softly. "It's not a large wound." "It's not large, but neither is it small," Eli said sternly. "I always sharpen my sword. TSK, we have to stop the bleeding. I'll bring Raoul here, so continue applying pressure to the wound." Edna thought to herself, he's changing the subject. It wasn't the best tactic, but I'll be safe for now. Then she spoke hesitantly, could you bring me a change of clothes on your way back?" The Duke scoffed, shaking his head. Seriously?" Under his breath, he muttered, "I must be mad to follow her orders." But Edna's voice echoed in his mind, because I was merely a maid. That is why I want to help the people in this town. Eli sighed. "Honestly, I've gone mad." He turned toward the door and shouted, "Raoul. Raoul, are you in here?" Raoul rushed in, startled by the sudden call. "Oh dear, my lord. Is there something you need?" "Edna has been injured," the Duke said sharply. "What? Dear heavens. What happened to the lady?" Raoul exclaimed in alarm. "Enough with all the useless questions," Eli barked. "She needs treatment. Come to my room with medicine and bandages." Yes, right away," Raoul stammered before hurrying out. As silence returned, Eli's thoughts darkened. Pathetic. I swore that if I ever took a wife, I wouldn't let her suffer the way my mother had. At this rate, I'm no different from my father. A soft voice broke his thoughts. You are back," Edna said gently. "How's your wound?" Eli asked immediately. "Raoul treated it well," she replied. "She just left." "Didn't you see her leaving?" "I did," Eli said with a faint smirk. "She could probably kill someone with that glare." Raoul, who was just outside, murmured under her breath, "Oh my," before slipping away quietly. "Here are your clothes," Eli said, handing Edna the garments. Thank you," she said gratefully, accepting them from his hands. "You should stay in that for a while," he told her. "I've sent all of your 100-year-old dresses to the tailor." "Thank you," Edna whispered softly, her eyes lowered. As Eli looked at her, a strange calm settled over him. Edna's identity will be revealed sooner or later, he thought. But I doubt Caden will mind. He just wants me to stay, and I'm the same. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about who Edna really is. But whoever she is, I don't care anymore. The Duke said nothing more, but the weight in his gaze lingered, somewhere between suspicion and something far more dangerous. In battle, the Duke often thought, the one who draws his sword first wins. Perhaps he had spent too much time in war. He realized he had been too hasty earlier and quietly regretted it. "I'm sorry," he admitted to himself. Edna, sitting nearby, was taken aback. To think he'd apologize to me, she thought, stunned. I thought he wouldn't even blink if my head fell to the ground. He's full of surprises. She suddenly called out Raoul. "Raoul!" Raoul rushed in at once. "My lady, are you feeling better now?" he asked with concern. "Yes, all thanks to you," Edna replied warmly. "I heard you were upset and glared at the Lord for me." What? How did you?" Raoul stammered, eyes wide. "He told me himself," she said with a faint smile. "As you know, he has a keen sense of observation." Bowing her head, Raoul exclaimed, "Oh dear, please forgive me. I dared to do such a thing to a high, respectable noble." "Please, there's no need for that, Raoul," Edna said gently. "Neither the Lord nor I have any problem with it." "Pardon? But Raoul began hesitantly. "It's true," Edna reassured her. "The Lord wouldn't hold a grudge over something like that. He admitted his mistake to me as well and even apologized." Raoul blinked in disbelief. "He's a kind man," she murmured. "Well, at least more so than he seems to be," Edna added softly with a little laugh. "Plus, you were just worried about me." I was so touched. "My lady," Raoul said emotionally. "By the way," Edna continued, "I haven't seen the Lord around here today. Do you know where he is, Raoul?" "Oh, he left saying he had some errands to take care of in the town," Raoul replied. "I see. Oh well." Edna paused for a moment, then asked, "Then Raoul, would you happen to know about the Lord's men who will be returning to this castle?" "Yes, madam," Raoul answered with a nod. "How are the preparations for welcoming them going?" Edna asked. "Very well. The Lord instructed that we simply clear out the hall, so we've done just that." "Only the hall?" Edna questioned. "It will be winter soon. Will their families all live in the hall as well?" She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. That's right," she remembered. Originally, only the Lord and his family were allowed to have their own rooms in the castle. The servants and soldiers normally find a place to stay in a nearby town or set up camp somewhere outside the castle. But right now, the town doesn't have a proper inn to speak of. There aren't enough supplies nor men to help set up a camp either. Right? It might be better for them to stay in the hall. Still, if he even had them bring their families here, they can't be just any soldiers or servants. If Eli was the one watching Caden's back, then there must have been those who watched Eli's back as well. If they are his comrades, who he trusted to have his back during that long war, I'm sure he must. Snapping back to the moment, Edna said firmly, "Raoul, please clean the rooms so that the Lord's soldiers can stay in them." "I beg your pardon, but the Lord," Raoul began hesitantly. "Don't worry, I'll talk to him," Edna said reassuringly. "Winter will be here in 2 months, and I'm sure there will be women among the families. It will be much too harsh for them to live in the halls." Raoul was deeply moved. "My lady," she thought, feeling a surge of loyalty. "Very well, I understand," she said aloud, determination in her tone. "Just leave it to me. I'll make those rooms so clean they'll shine." Edna smiled warmly. "I have faith in you, Raoul." But as she turned, she suddenly swayed slightly, a faint dizziness washing over her. "I feel a bit dizzy," she thought, pressing a hand to her temple as the world seemed to blur for a moment. The Duke instructed one of his servants to deliver a letter to the king. The servant hesitated, clutching the sealed parchment nervously. My lord, wasn't that?" he began timidly. The Duke replied calmly that since he had gotten married as ordered, it was his duty to report it. He wondered aloud if this would be all right, adding that Tommy was a good writer, though he had never served as a messenger before. Still, he reasoned, nothing could go wrong. Tommy only needed to say his name at the city gate and deliver the letter. The servant nodded in understanding. As the servant left, the Duke's thoughts turned bitter. How pitiful this town was, it didn't even have a proper messenger to deliver a simple letter. Westfield was one of the larger territories within Oswald, yet if a town so close to the castle was in such a miserable state, those farther away must be suffering even more. It was troublesome indeed. He recalled the town head mentioning that the river overflowed every rainy season. Last time, the rain had stopped quickly, but there was no guarantee it would again. The riverbanks, he decided, needed to be reinforced before the heavy rains came. He also had to rebuild the patrol forces that had deserted when the castle was abandoned and find trustworthy people to restore the administration. He predicted that by tomorrow morning or the next, people from nearby towns would begin to gather once they heard the rumors. He needed to think about which crops could be cultivated and distributed first. Artisans would also be necessary to construct new facilities. To plan efficiently, he would have to review the territory's map. Frustration welled up inside him. How had he ended up in such a position? They had already distributed supplies once, and he couldn't simply sit back and do nothing again. Stopping the distribution would only lead to complaints from the other towns. Cadden will love this, he thought bitterly. He had never wanted to be a lord in the first place. At that moment, Edna appeared and asked softly if he had returned, mentioning that she had heard he'd gone into town. The Duke's gaze flickered toward her, blaming her silently. It's all her fault, he thought darkly. Aloud, he replied casually, saying he had sent a messenger to the city and looked around the area. Edna hesitated, saying she had something to discuss, but before she could finish, she suddenly stumbled. The Duke caught her just in time and felt the heat of her skin. She was burning with fever. He frowned and scolded her gently, asking why she hadn't noticed her own sickness. He told her to take care of herself, explaining that overworking was foolish, not diligent. He urged her to rest before her fever worsened. Edna nodded weakly, her voice soft. Is it because of the fever? She wondered, her head spinning. Why do I feel like my head's going to burst? Raoul came to check on her and noticed that her fever had risen. Edna thanked him faintly. He turned to the Duke and explained that her exhaustion and the wound on her neck had caused the fever. He had applied an herb to treat the infection, so she should recover soon. Pathetic, the Duke muttered coldly, though he acknowledged Raoul's care with a slight nod before dismissing him. Once Raoul left, the Duke turned back to Edna with a sigh. He complained that he had given her a nightdress so she could rest, yet she had chosen to wear an old dress he had been planning to discard, and now she had made herself sicker. Troublesome woman, he murmured under his breath. Edna, still pale but determined, spoke up. She told him that she had asked Raoul to clean the rooms for his soldiers. She assumed he wanted them to stay in the castle since they must be dear to him. She admitted she had wanted to ask him first, but since he was away, she went ahead with the arrangements. Nervously, she asked if that was all right. The Duke was momentarily stunned. Absurd, he said at last. He called them merely a group of people who were like family to him. Finally, with a deep sigh, he muttered, "Good grief. You truly are troublesome." The Duke noticed that Edna's fever had finally gone down. Well, at least that's over, he thought to himself with relief. But now I've got another problem. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor as soldiers burst into the room. "Oh no," one shouted. Another cried out, "This isn't good. Call the Lord quickly." "My lord, urgent news," one of the soldiers said, bowing deeply. "What is it?" the Duke asked sharply. Raoul stepped forward, panting. "There's a messenger from town," she managed between breaths. "The levees by the riverbanks the rain won't stop anytime soon. It's become quite severe." The Duke's eyes narrowed. "Very well. I'll head down there. Prepare my horse. Also, the lady will be up soon. Get her medicine and breakfast ready." "Yes, my lord," Raoul said and hurried off. The Duke sighed deeply. Just then, a soft voice called from behind him. Did something happen in the town? He turned around in surprise. Edna stood in the doorway, pale but awake. "You're up?" he asked. "Yes," she replied softly. "Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, thanks to your consideration," she said with a faint smile, then quickly added, "More importantly, is there trouble in town? I overheard that the banks are in danger of overflowing due to the heavy rain." The Duke cursed inwardly. Damn it, she heard everything. Out loud, he said firmly, "You still have a slight fever." Oh, Edna lowered her head. "Which is why you need to stay put and rest," he instructed. "Don't run out when you're sick and worry everyone like that again. Understand? Raoul will bring you your meals soon, so stay here. I'll be visiting the town for a bit." Edna nodded obediently, but as he left, her mind stirred uneasily. Worry them. He's right, she thought. I won't be able to help reinforce the banks in this state. But why? Why do I feel so restless? Meanwhile, the Duke rode toward the river, feeling exhaustion weigh heavily on him. Blast, he muttered inwardly. It's difficult just trying to keep my eyes open. If the rain keeps pouring like this then. As he arrived, several soldiers ran up to him. "Oh, my lord, you're here," they cried. "What's the status?" the Duke demanded. "The bank is holding out for now," one soldier reported, "but it's slowly being pushed back by the water current. At this rate, the levees will topple and the river will flood. Some of the weaker spots have already flooded. If we don't hurry, the reinforcements will burst any moment now." "I understand," the Duke said, his tone calm but resolute. "How should we handle the reinforcements?" "We need to fill more sacks and stack them up," the soldier explained quickly. "Sand is best, but right now even stones, dirt, anything will be fine. We need to reinforce the levees to make them higher and wider, and we can't leave any cracks." "All right," the Duke ordered decisively. "You head into town and gather as many more people as you can." "Yes, sir," the soldier saluted and ran off. "You too," the Duke commanded another pair, "head to the castle and bring sacks and more hands to work. We'll also need to set up a camp as shelter from the rain. So bring as many supplies as you can." "Yes, sir," they responded in unison and rushed to follow his orders. The Duke let out another weary breath, rain dripping from his cloak as he stared toward the roaring river. The storm showed no signs of stopping. "Hey, are those sacks ready yet?" the Duke called out over the roar of the rain. "We're still filling them," came the reply from one of the soldiers, his voice barely audible against the storm. "Curse this rain," the Duke muttered, brushing wet hair from his face. "The current is getting stronger. We have to block off where the current starts turning first." The rain showed no mercy. It had been pouring endlessly, and exhaustion was written across every man's face. At this rate, everyone's spent, the Duke thought grimly. They've been working since early this morning. How long has it been now? Without the sun, it's impossible to tell what time it is. His gaze flickered toward the town in the distance. I wonder if she's eaten yet. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Edna looked out the window, watching the relentless downpour. "It's getting late," she murmured. Raoul, standing beside her, asked gently, "Are you worried?" "Worried?" "Of course," Edna replied, her voice soft but heavy. "The town might flood if the river overflows. And I'm sure none of them have eaten a proper meal yet. He didn't even eat his breakfast before he left, and now it's well past the afternoon. The rain is coming down heavier. I'm sure he's working hard despite his soaked clothes and hunger. Perhaps he's covered from head to toe in mud. Yet here I am. I'm pathetic." "Pardon?" Raoul blinked in confusion. "Everyone, even the Lord, is working out there in the rain," Edna continued. "And I'm here warm and eating a nice meal. I'm pathetic because I can't do anything to help when things are so critical right now." Raoul let out a small chuckle. "I've had this thought since we first met, madam. You are truly an odd one, my lady." "What?" Edna turned to her. "I've served quite a few nobles in my life while working at this castle," Raoul said earnestly, "but you're the first one who's always looking for something to do and work on. What I mean is, people like you don't need to do anything. All you have to do is leave the work to servants like us. But you, madam, you clean, check the supplies yourself, and even ask about my day with a smile." This is the first time I've spoken with a noble while laughing. Nobles don't usually treat peasants like myself as people. "Raoul," Edna said softly. Raoul smiled, shaking her head. "And I can only say all this since it's you, my lady. Any other noble would have chased me out for being disrespectful. My lady, no one will blame you for not being able to do something difficult. Just take your time. All you have to do is work on the things you can do for now. Don't get anxious." All right, Edna said quietly. Sure, thank you. As Raoul bowed and left the room, Edna remained still, staring at the flickering firelight. What I can do for now? She wondered. At the river, chaos erupted. Damn, it's overflowing, a soldier shouted. It's going to collapse. No, hold it up. If even one side falls, it's all over. Hold it, hold on, please. Another soldier yelled over the thunder. It's Valley, my lord. The Duke straightened, rain streaming down his face. Sitting back and watching isn't really my thing, he said grimly. Back at the castle, Edna's hands tightened around the edge of the window frame. What I can do? She thought again, her heart pounding as if in answer to the storm. Edna said to Raoul, Raoul, please gather all the new maids and send a message to town for all available women to come. We must prepare hot soup and tea, and we'll need a large carriage to transport. Oh, right. I can ride on a horse, Raoul said. Madam, surely you don't plan to go out there. Of course, Edna replied, I'm going to do what I can. At the riverside, a soldier called out Otto. Yes, my lord, Otto replied. What's the current status? The Duke asked. Yes, things are wrapping up downstream, Otto said, and we're going steady with the reinforcements upstream, but the current is quite strong, so we will need to continue working on them for the time being. Very well, the Duke said. Send half of the workers downstream to assist with the work upstream. I'll head there now as well. Yes, my lord. The Duke looked over the weary faces of his men. They're at their limit, he thought. They'd barely eaten a meal a day before yesterday. It's a miracle they're even standing right now. They're taking turns to rest, but that won't be enough. But it's not as though this can wait until tomorrow. A shout broke through the rain. The levee, someone cried. The Duke turned sharply. What happened? My lord, the levee, it collapsed, the soldier stammered. We're so sorry. The rope we tied it with must have been too weak. It's over. It'll all topple over before we can repair it again. Damn it. And we worked so hard. I can't take any more of this. These men, the Duke muttered, clenching his jaw. It's only a small crack, and yet they... But then, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Are you just going to give up? All heads turned. Edna stood there, soaked to the bone, her hair plastered to her face, eyes fierce with determination. This crack is only a small section along the entire bank, she cried. It's too soon to give up. This is the town you all live in. You must protect it with your own hands. My lady, a soldier began, stunned. You must be exhausted from all this work, Edna said, her voice softening. We prepared hot tea and soup, so please rest a bit in the tents, and then once more we can all work hard to protect this town. Edna. She turned. Eli. The Duke's voice was sharp. When I speak, does it just sound like a barking dog to you? You crawled out here again. Eli, she said quietly. Did you already forget that you were sick in bed up until this very morning? He snapped. Edna looked at him, his face streaked with mud, his hair dripping, his clothes heavy with water. He's completely covered in dirt and muck, she thought. What if your fever comes back? The Duke said, scowling. Then I won't do anything for this land. Even though you said that before, you've changed, Eli, Edna thought, watching him beneath the curtain of rain. Edna thought the situation still seemed grim, even though so much time had passed. But for some reason, no one lost hope. The Lord and his people were standing shoulder to shoulder, working together to prevent the flood while enduring the fierce storm. That absurd fact gave strength to those who were exhausted. Eli was no exception. He openly gave words of encouragement to everyone now and then. Don't give up, the Duke said, his voice carrying over the roaring rain. We're almost done now. Edna watched him closely, and somehow she thought, he felt a fire burning inside of him. He often felt that same fire when he served on the battlefield. Yet, he couldn't quite understand why he felt that way among the foolish townspeople at that moment. He couldn't understand. A soldier suddenly pointed toward the horizon. At the rain over there. Edna looked up. At that moment, she thought, He simply thought that he would never forget that feeling. "Edna," the Duke called out to her. "Eli, is the work finished now?" she asked. "Well, just about," he replied, wiping mud from his cheek. "There's no need to panic, at least, since the rain has stopped for now. I told them to rest for the afternoon, then finish up later. So now we should also return. I'd really enjoy a hot bath right about now." "Me too," Edna said, smiling faintly. The Duke paused, glancing at her. "I know what I said, but I didn't mean that I wanted to take a bath together." "So what?" Edna replied with quiet boldness. "We're married." The Duke looked away, his lips twitching as if to hide a smile. "Feels warm, just like the sunlight earlier," he thought. Edna's gaze drifted over the muddy ground, where nobles and commoners alike worked side by side. That was a magnificent scene, she thought. Status, gender, none of that mattered when everyone was covered in that mud, while they were all fighting against the force called nature. But of course, whether you're a royal, noble, commoner, or peasant, we're all human. We stand on the same soil and live under the same heavenly sky. This heartbeat feels like a gentle breeze quaking through my entire body. I'm not doing this out of obligation. I truly wish. And as the rain clouds broke, sunlight spilling across the riverbanks, Eli's thoughts echoed hers. To be here until the very end, with these people, and with you. Edna mourned him. Edna thought that the sun, it's not raining today. Did Eli leave early today as well? Oh, these bandages are new. Eli must have changed them before he left. He's been so busy since that day. The banks need to be reinforced while it's not raining. The rainy season usually lasts for 2 to 3 weeks, so they couldn't relax just yet, and she wanted to check and see how things were going as well. But the Duke had said loudly, "If you leave again, I'll punish Raoul." Raoul had said, since he threatened me that way, and thought to herself, of course, I doubt he'd really punish Raoul. But Raoul's so scared of Eli, so I can't just go there on my own. Raoul said to Edna, "Madam, are you awake now?" Edna replied, "Good morning, Raoul." Raoul said, "Good morning, my lady." "How are you feeling?" Edna said, "I feel fine now." "Thank you for looking after me, Raoul." Raoul said, "I'm relieved now that you're better. You must be hungry. I'll have your meal ready shortly." "Oh, but first," Edna said, "these are," Raoul replied, "your dresses are all ready now. You're quite tall, so we fixed the length and size to suit you better, and we threw out the ones that were beyond fixing." Edna said, "Were they that bad?" "Anyhow, thank you. You're all so skilled." Raoul said, "The Duke ordered them personally." He must have sensed that those dresses didn't compliment your beauty at all. "Although I would say those dresses are still far too plain, even after mending," Edna said. "Beauty," Raoul said, "but of course, if I may say so, madam, you're the most beautiful among all the ladies I have ever served. I'm positive you'd even shine brighter than a jewel if you took your wardrobe more seriously." "If you'd allow me, could I show you how after you've had your meal?" Edna said, "Thank you." Edna thought that she'd never really cared about her looks before. The women in the castle decorated themselves with jewels and dresses, each of them sparkling like jewels. Although she viewed that shine as something superficial, she actually wanted to wear a pretty dress and shoes and stand in front of a mirror, just like them. The Duke asked, "Are they done?" A soldier answered, "Yes, my lord." Crudely, but they should be enough to last us the season. Also, about rebuilding the town, "My lord, we lack the labor force and resources at the moment, but there is a flourishing forest and a quality mine within the territory. With your permission, we can hire men to begin working in them. However, we do not have enough money to pay the fees and wages, sir." The Duke replied, "Very well. Send a report on the estimated total cost of using the resources first. I'll decide after looking over that." The soldier said, "Yes, my lord." The Duke added, "Oh, and one more thing. Watchtowers will be built at the borders. I will map out the locations. Add the expenses for the watchtowers in your report as well." The soldier said, "Of course, my lord." The Duke thought that it was one thing after another. This territory sure was full of trouble. His men would arrive a few days from now, and once he had them here to carry out his orders, he'd be able to relax more. When they arrived, he'd have them guard the east border that was currently run down. Count Pitt's territory was just past the east border. He was probably the one behind those who pillaged and burned this land. He pretended to follow Cadence's orders, but he'd always wanted Westfield. There was no way he'd be happy with the Duke here. That old fart. Don't dare expect me to let you run wild as you see fit, Count Pilot. Two people quietly watched the Duke from their hiding place. One of them whispered, "He left, right?" The second replied, "Yeah, looks like it." The first man sighed in relief. That damned Eli. I was afraid he noticed us when he suddenly headed this way. My heart almost stopped. The other chuckled. Well, he does have keen senses. He used to stay in the castle all day, the first complained. What made him come all the way out here into the woods? Looked like he was marking something on a map, the second said thoughtfully. He's probably inspecting the land. It's just as Count Pulet had said. Right. He's no fool and won't be leaving anytime soon, the first muttered, brushing dirt from his clothes. Darn it, I'm all covered in dirt now, he thought bitterly. How dare that wretch make me crawl around on the ground like this? He's just a filthy commoner. That's right, he's all alone out here without any of his men. I'd like to see if he's really the strongest man in the kingdom. The second turned to Sermond and said quietly, "You mustn't, Sermond." At that moment, Count Pitt's cold voice interrupted, "We must avoid making any direct contact with Eli." "I trust you haven't forgotten," Mon scoffed. "Huh, who do you think I am?" "Those were my father's orders." "Of course I wouldn't forget. A commoner is still a commoner no matter what he does. Don't think you can just walk in here and act like a lord, you lousy peasant." His tone grew darker. "Have your men find out what Eli's up to. Also, find out if he has any weaknesses, something that he cares for deeply. Come to think of it, didn't Eli get married recently? Find out what you can about that wife of his. I'll make sure he learns his place." Later that day, Edna looked up as Eli entered. "Eli, you're home early today," she said softly. "Yeah," the Duke replied, setting his gloves aside. "All the bank reinforcements are almost done. So, I inspected the land for a bit, then came back. But more importantly, what are you doing?" Edna smiled faintly. "Oh, this. If it starts raining again," he said, glancing at the clouds, "we won't be able to do the laundry for a while. It's a bit cloudy, but there's a good breeze. Raoul did say you should rest, you know," Edna replied, but I didn't listen to her. "It's fine," he said with a small sigh. "I didn't expect you to stay still anyway." "Your hair, Raoul did it for me," Edna interrupted. "Does it look bad?" "No," the Duke answered quickly. "Huh," she asked, puzzled. "Would you like to go pay a visit to town?" he asked suddenly. "To town?" "Of course," he said. "There's still some time left before the sun sets, and like you said, we won't be able to do much once it starts raining again." Sure, Edna said lightly. "I'll just finish this last one." Edna paused for a moment, thinking, did he just try to change the subject? Meanwhile, the Duke silently berated himself. Why did I change the subject like that? I could have just said, "No, that style really suits you. It's pretty," that's all I had to say. What's so hard about that? Far away, Kian groaned as his horse trudged along the muddy path. Looks like we're almost at the end of this blasted forest. How many days did we ride? My body's aching all over, one of his men laughed. Well, it's still nothing compared to how it was back on the battlefield, I guess, another servant pointed ahead. Kian, we can see the town now. Kian straightened in his saddle, a grin spreading across his face. We're finally here, he said quietly. See you soon, Commander. Edna looked around and said softly, Look, Eli, they're all smiling. Not too long ago, they didn't even have the strength to stand. People can find courage from even the tiniest sliver of hope. The Duke nodded, his gaze warm as he watched the townsfolk. Looks like it, he said quietly. Everyone looks a lot better. They've already started rebuilding the town on their own, Edna. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, followed by loud, rough voices chattering among themselves. Edna froze for a moment, her eyes widening. That's definitely, she thought, before suddenly shouting, Leia. Eli, why are you suddenly, she began, but stopped short when she noticed the Duke smiling, his eyes bright with excitement. Oh, now I see, she realized. The thunder of galloping grew louder, and a cloud of dust rose along the road. The Duke's voice carried a hint of emotion as he said, "People who are like family to me." "Hey everyone, look over there," Edna called out, waving toward the riders. One of the soldiers spotted the Duke and shouted, "It's him. It's the commander." "Commander, commander." The others joined in, their cheers ringing across the field. "You idiots. Quit calling him that. He's our lord now," someone scolded, but another soldier immediately yelled again, "Commander." Their laughter and cheers filled the air. "Welcome, everyone." The Duke greeted them with a proud smile. "You made it sooner than I expected," a soldier laughed, swinging down from his horse. "I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 more days. Well, we were so curious about our new home. My butt's about to crumble away after riding for so long." By the way, he stopped mid-sentence, his eyes landing on Edna. "Might that beautiful lady there be?" "Oh, allow me to introduce her to you," the Duke said. "This is my wife, Edna." Edna stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Edna. Welcome to Westwald." A villager nearby spoke up warmly, "You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Wow, your residences are ready in the castle, so please rest inside." A short distance away, Kian leaned toward Mactiffin and whispered, "Mactiffin, did you see that?" Mactiffin's eyes narrowed, his expression tense. "Yes," he murmured, "as clear as day with my own eyes." "Edna," she says, "how can this be? Her name, her gender, they're all different. But that face is without a doubt." People gathered around the Duke, one of them saying respectfully, "This is where you'll be staying for the winter, my lord, and the servants here will show you to your rooms. Before that, allow me to formally introduce her to you again." The Duke turned to them and said, "This is my wife, Edna. She is the lady of this castle, and you'll be serving her as well, so you'd do well to remember that. Edna, these are my men who risked their lives with me in battle," he added, pride touching his voice. "They're all very capable, so you should remember them as well. First off, Philly and Philine, they're twins and both excellent archers. This is Chris, he's great with a sword and a whip. Those men are Mark and Shane, they're strong and handle their swords well. Mactiffin is my right-hand man." Mactiffin bowed his head slightly and said, "It is my honor to make your acquaintance." The Duke continued, introducing Khan, who added politely, "I am honored to meet you, Lady Edna." Edna smiled gently and replied that she was delighted to meet them all and hoped they would serve the Lord well in Westfield and be of great help to him. The Duke nodded and said that if they were done, they should get going now since they must be tired. "Very well," Edna agreed softly. Before dismissing them, the Duke's expression hardened. He reminded them to treat the servants and townspeople with proper manners and warned, "If I hear anything disgraceful, you'll be punished with severe lashings." "Yes, sir," one servant answered quickly. The soldiers exchanged startled glances, some whispering in disbelief. "Wait, what? Whoa, did he really just say that?" one exclaimed. Mactiffin quickly hushed them, saying, "Don't be so loud. That's a given. We're not at war anymore." Another soldier remarked quietly, "It's the first time I've seen the Lord care about other people like that." Someone else nodded, adding, "And he's been so nice to the lady too." To think the Lord would treat a lady so sweetly might be the power of love, another teased, earning quiet laughter among them. Edna sighed inwardly, feeling the fatigue of the day weighing on her. Ken and Mactiffin both seemed strangely familiar to her for some reason. Although she tried to keep to herself, she knew she couldn't avoid making occasional appearances. If they were strong knights, she might have seen them before at the palace. But with Prince Eden officially dead and her no longer living as a man, a cold worry grew in her chest. If their suspicions ever led to rumors, she could even lose her life. Her eyes wandered briefly and noticed how hard Raoul had worked. Everything was in order, even though comfort seemed like a distant thought. The Duke's voice broke her thoughts. "How was it after going through the town?" "Pardon?" Edna blinked, not having caught his words at first. "The town," the Duke said. Everything seemed much better, more lively. Edna nodded. "Yes, we'll have to distribute a lot of currency if we want the businesses to recover." The Duke explained that the restoration head had told him they needed to start using the mine, but there wasn't enough money to pay wages or fees. He had requested a full report, adding that they couldn't just hand out money freely or the territory would go bankrupt. The land is vast and our resources are limited, he said thoughtfully, so I considered another plan. What if we gave out loans? They both reflected on it for a moment. Lending money wasn't a bad idea, but Edna pointed out that the people had nothing to use as collateral and couldn't afford loans, even at low or no interest. In normal circumstances, that would be true, the Duke replied. But in Westfield, there's another option. Edna's expression grew somber. In their case, she said quietly, they'd have to put their lives down as collateral. The Duke said, use their lives. Edna recoiled, what's gotten into you? That sounds so cold and not like you at all. The Duke hurried to explain, I'm not saying we should actually kill them or torture them as punishment. What's important in this case is that you're their lord, not Westfield itself. Even if you don't establish a law or threaten them personally, they'll naturally assume they could lose their lives if they don't pay back the loans to you. And nodded slowly, good point. Since I'm just the merciless butcher to them, she began, and then, lowering her voice, added, to be honest, I'd rather not resort to taking advantage of their fear of you. But fear can be an effective tool at times, so we must make use of it for now. The Duke thought to himself, they're all cowards who get frightened if I so much as blink. They wouldn't dare dream of running out on a loan from me. But more importantly, one thing is clear after this conversation. He turned to her and said, Edna, she cut him off. Firm, yes. From now on, you should stop managing the land. Just take care of things within the castle. What? You said you would give me all the rights as your duchess. Are you saying you're going to take all of that away again? Huh? I suppose you might feel that way, but I'm saying this for your own good. As I told you, my men are very capable, and that's not limited to just their physical strength. They at least have enough wit to save their necks in battle. Do you think they'll believe you were some maid after hearing your suggestions? It would be more believable to tell them you're a hidden child of a fallen noble house. Edna thought, I know he's trying to protect me. He already doesn't believe I was just a maid of the Viscount. Yet he's going to pretend that he also doesn't know. I know, Grid. What he's proposing is more reasonable. But if I do that, how am I any different from Eden? My mother only wished to protect me in the beginning. But how did that turn out? I've earned my life as Edna after making so many sacrifices. And I clenched not to idly let this chance pass by. She squared her shoulders and declared, I won't give up. I wish to. I won't stay hidden away in this castle. I will remain in Westfield and with you, even if it costs me my life. Don't force me to live such a humiliating life. The Duke laughed softly, Haha. You're always so predictable. Very well, I give. It's my fault for trying to force you to take the easy way out. Do as you like. No matter what anyone says, I will protect you. Edna looked at him earnestly and asked, Then can you take an oath as a knight that you'll keep your word to me? The Duke blinked, bewildered, thinking, what have we here? A knight's oath. Did I go too far? Isn't that something a former maid would be able to bring up so easily? I was just so angry. After a moment he shrugged inwardly. Well, actually, it's not like I really care, but I don't feel like doing it for nothing. Then aloud he said, You will in return. You must agree to a request of mine. How about it? Oh, okay, she answered. Raoul asked hesitantly, My lady, will this really be all right? Edna smiled faintly and replied, Yes, it's fine. Don't worry, Raoul. It should be fine. The Duke, observing their exchange, spoke with a hint of curiosity. Is it that surprising? Edna reached for her hair, murmuring softly, And then my hair. The Duke's gaze followed her motion. That hair. You dyed it on purpose, right? Huh? Why, yes, she admitted. Because my real hair stood out too much. I don't like it. The Duke's voice turned firm. Cut off all of the hair you dyed. Edna's eyes widened. But my hair is already quite short for a lady's. If I cut all of this. Inside, her thoughts raced. This is bad. If I cut off all the dyed ends, my hair will be the same length as when I was Eden. I was too careless. I should have listened to what he wanted in exchange first. But he already gave me his word as a knight. The Duke's tone softened slightly, though his command remained. What are you so afraid of? Whatever your past, you are a duchess now. He took a step closer, the sound of his boots sliding faintly across the floor. Didn't you once say that yourself? Don't hide anymore. There's no need for that. I vow to you. Edna lowered her gaze, her heart tightening. Yes, I believe you, but it's not death I fear anymore. If my identity were to be revealed, and if you were to get hurt because of that, just thinking about it pains me. So, is this pain from guilt or? The next morning, the Duke addressed everyone with calm authority. Did you all get a good night's sleep? I gathered you all here this morning to make one thing clear. I trust you were somewhat confused yesterday since I introduced my wife to you as Edna and not Anna. She's an illegitimate child of Viscount William. That's correct. She isn't Anna. Macduffin slammed his fist against the table, shouting angrily. And you just accepted that after such an insulting game of trickery? That vile Viscount. Not only did he insult you, but he insulted the king as well. But then why on earth? The Duke interrupted calmly. Why, you ask? Because I love Edna. I'm sure it will be hard for you to understand now, but she's a wise and gentle woman, far more than any other woman in this world. I guarantee you all will grow to love her once you come to know her better. One of the men raised his hand timidly. Excuse me. Sorry for interrupting, sire, but about Lady Edna being a bastard. Actually, Philly and I sort of already knew about that. The Duke turned sharply. What? The man continued nervously. Those who traveled with us in the carriages probably don't know, but Philly and I often went into towns for supplies. The rumors have already spread throughout the cities about a bastard of Viscount William going to Westfield of her own selfish desire to become a duchess, while Lady Anna lies sick in bed. The Duke addressed his men with authority. Then, men, here are the tasks I have for you. Cian, take Philly and Philin to guard Chester Forest in the east. We'll need more time to rebuild the watchtowers, so it's best to increase patrols in that area for now. Macduffin, train the soldiers in this castle. A soldier stepped forward uncertainly. My lord. The Duke turned his head. Macduffin cleared his throat, his expression serious. Forgive me, but do you plan to let the lady manage the territory as well? It's not an easy task for someone who grew up as a disgraced child. Also, you shouldn't just ignore those rumors Philin mentioned. The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. Those are only rumors. Do you have any proof that they're false? Macduffin pressed. If those rumors are true. The Duke gave a small chuckle. Proof? Well, it's just a hunch. Macduffin frowned. A hunch, you say? Please do not take this sort of matter lightly. This land is already in such a frail state. What will you do if the lady has ulterior motives? Also, such vulgar rumors about the lady will affect the trust the people and your men have in you. Moreover, I do not wish for you to be wed to such lowly, tainted blood. Do not forget that you have noble blood of your own. The Duke smiled faintly, his tone calm but firm. Macduffin, aren't you a bit mistaken about something? Pardon, Macduffin asked, caught off guard. As it stands, the Duke replied, I am merely a commoner who happened to be bestowed with the title of Duke. I'm no better in terms of royalty or nobility. Macduffin stammered, that Duke. The Duke's voice grew heavy. The man with noble blood you speak of has been dead for quite some time now. That's something you're fully aware of, Macduffin. And I trust my instincts. Edna is not someone who would plot to betray me. However, you're probably not alone in your suspicions. Send men into the city. Find the source of those rumors and the truth. Perhaps then you will all understand better. However, he continued coldly, if I hear anything about her being of low blood or the like before that investigation ends, I will take it as an insult to the Duchess and personally cut that person's tongue clean from their mouth. See to it that the other men are made aware of that as well. Is that clear? Macduffin straightened immediately. Yes, my lord. The Duke watched his men leave, his thoughts turning inward. This is rather troublesome. Even without an investigation, it's obvious Viscount William spread those rumors. I don't care if Caden hears about it, but it won't be easy to quiet the people once they hear of such things. Well, Westfield hasn't traded with any other lands recently. I'll have to order the men to keep their mouths shut. Later that day, he entered the room where Edna stood, her freshly cut hair falling neatly to her neck. "Edna, have you eaten?" he asked. She turned to him, surprised. "Oh, you've returned. You left so early. I'm sure you haven't had a proper meal yet. I'll send word to have it ready shortly." She touched her hair self-consciously. "Is it too short? I had to cut off a lot more than I expected. I suppose I look like a man now." The Duke gazed at her quietly for a moment before smiling. "No, it suits you very well. I don't mind the length. I just wanted to see your true color. You really have a beautiful color, like sunlight." The Duke observed her quietly and remarked, "And it appears your wound is healed." Edna replied with a small smile, "Oh yes. Thanks to you and Raoul taking care of me." "I see. That's good to hear," the Duke said. "Yes, thank you," Edna answered. The Duke's eyes flicked to something in her hand. "What is this?" "For your concern," Edna said, offering it. The Duke blinked, as if surprised by his own sudden bodily reaction. "Why is my heart, Edna, beating so rapidly? Why do I feel so nervous all of a sudden?" "Edna," the Duke called her name softly. Edna responded, tilting her head. "Are you feeling sick again?" the Duke asked, concern threaded through the question. "No," she said at once. "I'm just feeling a bit warm." The Duke's tone took on a teasing edge. "If you're feeling warm, how about taking off your clothes? After all, it's just the two of us." He shifted topics smoothly. "Well, that's enough small talk. I informed my men you'd be handling all the matters concerning the territory." "You mean?" Edna asked, caught between surprise and curiosity. "Do you understand, Edna?" the Duke continued. "Assigning tasks to people and re-establishing the local businesses, none of it's going to be easy. Your role is very important, and you'll have a great deal of responsibility. Also, some of my men are not fond of you. You'll have to do your best to win them over and gain their trust. Will you be able to handle it all, Edna?" "Yes." "Why, yes. Yes, I can do it," Edna answered earnestly. "Thank you, Eli. I'll do my best not to cause you any trouble." "I'll work really, really hard," the Duke said, sounding half amused by his own earnestness. The Duke laughed lightly. "Haha, what am I going to do with you?" Okay. I trust you, so take it easy. Don't worry about my meal. I still have some work to do, so you should start eating without me. I'll be back for you later," he said, easing the moment. "All right," Edna replied. Alone for a moment, her thoughts tumbled over themselves. What is this? I can't keep still. My heart hurts with every move he makes. And that wasn't the first time. There was that time. And that time too. Even again this morning. My heart's racing like it's about to burst, and it stings as if it's being stabbed whenever I think about him. Oh no, I never once dared to utter such a word before. Then, as if surprised by the admission, Edna whispered to herself, "Love." Her inner voice finished the confession with breathless certainty. Why did I only realize it now? I've fallen madly in love with Eli. Macduffin cut through the murmurs of the room, turning to Kian with a pointed question. "Hey, Kian, what do you think about all this?" Kian considered for a moment. "You mean about Lady Edna?" "Nothing at all. The Lord said he trusts her, so I trust her as well. For now, I shall focus on supporting Lady Edna," Kian said, steady and practical. "That's true," Macduffin agreed. Kian's voice carried a cautious edge. "However, whether or not she will live up to the Lord's expectations, rest with Lady Edna." Khan, listening, kept his thoughts to himself. That's right. Lady Edna is merely a lady by the name of Edna and nothing more. No matter how much they resemble each other, Edna is a different person. Just stay calm, Ken. Kian spoke again with quiet resolve. If the lady is unable to carry out her responsibilities, that's when we shall take action. If she is someone who will harm the Lord, then we shall get rid of her. It's as simple as that, he added, leaving no room for ambiguity. People clustered together, murmuring among themselves. What a surprise to think the lady was a bastard. I couldn't tell at all. She looked like a perfect noble lady, they said, astonishment in their voices. Dylan shrugged and offered a pragmatic defense. Well, the Viscount's kind of a pain, but if the Lord is fine, then it's not our place to say anything. Plus, she's so pretty and nice. I really like her. Kian's warning was immediate and low. Watch your mouth. Regardless of her birth, Lady Edna is a duchess now. Refrain from such remarks unless you want your tongue cut out. Yes, sir, Dylan answered quickly. Kian watched the crowd, his thoughts sharp. As expected, the rumors won't quiet down anytime soon. They're smart enough to not do anything to anger the Lord, but I'll have to make sure they keep their mouths shut. Macduffin called out awkwardly into the room. He said Macduffin, what's Duke said. Good day, everyone. Edna stepped forward with a gentle smile, addressing the people. The weather's so nice today. Did you all enjoy your meal? Kian studied her closely, memories tugging at his mind. Edna. I thought she looked like him even when she had long hair, but now they're practically identical. No, it would be ridiculous to deny that they're the same person. If only you weren't a woman. If you really were Prince Edenile. The Duke cleared his throat and issued orders. Now then, you all should get on with the tasks I assigned earlier. Con, Philly, Philin, you all will head out with me to Chester Forest. A voice from the crowd piped up and Chris. Yes, Chris replied. I leave Edna in your care. You shall guard the lady at all times, the Duke instructed. Edna blinked in surprise. What? But there's no need, she began, uncertain. The Duke cut her off lightly. You weren't really about to say you don't need a guard, were you? Even if you feel fine, I can't just leave you to wander around alone when you're a duchess. UG, Edna muttered. The Duke gestured toward Chris. He may look young, but he's a talented man. Bear with him for now. Very well, Chris answered. Kian said. Sir Kian, Chris replied respectfully. Kian leaned in, voice low and direct. I have a personal favor to ask you. Don't ever take your eyes off the lady. Be sure to watch her every move. Report any suspicious activity to me and Macduffin right away. We can't trust her just yet, and keep this a secret from the Lord for now. Just watch the lady until you're sure she won't bring any harm to the Lord. Edna tilted her head, curious. Which would be better? Chris, outwardly composed, let his mind wander behind polite words. She just looks like a regular noblewoman. Well, not noble since her birth was disgraceful. All the same, I don't see why she would be deemed a threat. Just what is Khan so afraid of? Or rather, what does he fear? His eyes looked almost expectant of something. Chris, Edna called softly. My apologies, my lady. I was lost in thought, he said, clearing his mind. That's all right. I was saying we should prepare to visit the town. I selected seeds that are resilient against pests and will grow quickly. I hope everyone will like them, Edna explained, eager and practical. Chris's thoughts hardened into a cautious memory, bitter and private. I suppose she would know what hungry people need, being of low birth herself. But too much compassion for the town could become a flaw. My father died after a lashing from a noble. He was punished for questioning the Lord who had been favoring one town over others. Afterwards, we couldn't pay off our debts, so my mother was taken and sold as my younger brother and sister became sick, then eventually starved to death. Showing mercy can lead to favoritism without justice. Would a bastard child know how to discern such things? The moment that boundary collapses, the swords of my fellow men shall point at you, Edna. Edna's thoughts spun like a restless thread. The way Kian and Macduffin looked, I can't help feeling a bit concerned. Have I met them as Eden before? My mother was extremely careful about who I could and couldn't meet. So I never really met anyone other than the few who took orders directly from her. If I had met them during an official audience or a large ceremony, I wouldn't forget them. I memorized all the names and faces of the nobles. Then, have we met somewhere unrelated to royal affairs? If we had only met in passing or by chance, I remember I've met him before with Caden then. Is Macduffin actually one of Caden's knights? But why would he be here with Eli now? And I have no idea where Khan would have seen me before. Luckily, now I'm a woman named Edna. There's no way they can be sure I'm Eden. I'm certain of that at least, because I've worked so hard to hide the truth. A moment later, Chris announced formally, "We've arrived, Your Grace." "Thank you, Chris," Edna replied. Chris's inner voice tightened into a command to himself. "Listen carefully, Chris. You must protect the lady as the Lord ordered, and at the same time you must watch her every move. That means from now on I have to watch and see whether Lady Edna is capable of handling things like this." Edna stepped forward to address the gathered crowd. Now everyone, a representative from each household, has gathered here. "Very well. The reason I called you all here today is because I will now distribute these seeds to all of you," she announced, holding up the small sacks. The townspeople stirred, hope rising in murmurs. "See, seeds? Does that mean we can finally grow our own crops?" "Oh, finally. Stand back." Suddenly, Edna's voice snapped with authority as she caught Chris reaching for his whip. "A whip? How dare you, Chris? Did I order you to wield that whip? Open your eyes and see. This is not a battlefield of war. These people are not your enemies. They are the ones you must protect. Put away that whip. If you dare swing it again without my permission, I will not forgive you." Chris's private thoughts betrayed his surprise and unease. What's with this woman? How can she overpower me with nothing but her words? Edna wiped the dirt from her hands and smiled softly. "They're all done." A little girl approached her shyly and said, "Thank you, Your Grace. She's so kind. I've never seen a noble as nice as her in my entire life." Another person muttered, "Compared to her, that man called Chris, he just lashed out that whip of his like some barbarian. Does he think we're still at war? What a foolish man." Edna's expression turned calm but firm. "Just now, Chris did indeed brandish his whip in haste, but it was because all of you failed to follow our orders. If everyone had stood back and waited for their turn to receive the seeds, he would not have wielded his whip. Let that serve as a warning. If you truly feel thankful to the Lord for sharing these supplies, do not ever rush in like that again. Does everyone understand?" Chris stood still, stunned by her words. She defended us, he thought. At first, she defended the townspeople, and now she's defending me, who used the whip. In the end, she didn't take any particular side. She created an atmosphere of understanding and made everyone recognize their mistakes. What a chilling yet excellent judgment. If my family could have faced such a noble, perhaps my father wouldn't have died that way. Edna turned back to the crowd. "I trust you all know these seeds better than I do. They're perfect for the soil in this land, and the crops will surely flourish in our fields. The troublesome season shall pass, and the weather will soon be perfect to tend to crops. Get to work on tilling this soil. The Lord shall distribute the seeds to all of you. However, they will be given to those who prepare the fields first. Let me be clear, these seeds are not free. But you have my word that you will not be enslaved or heavily taxed for them either. Your fee will be determined next year after the harvest season. Therefore, do not worry about any taxes until next year." One villager raised a hand timidly. But Your Grace, we were always paid before whenever we tended to the fields." Edna answered gently, "You won't need to worry about that from now on." Another villager added, "Pardon, didn't you all see the caravan yesterday? The Lord's men have arrived in Westfield." Edna nodded. "The Lord will do his best to protect our land. His men were the best and strongest on the battlefield during the Long War. Chris over there served alongside the Lord in the war as well. So everyone, please work in the fields with peace of mind. Let's all work hard to make Westfield flourish again." Then Edna laughed suddenly. "Haha." Chris couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. "Haha." Edna teased, "Goodness, I truly misjudged you. Chris, to think you'd swing that whip so viciously with such an innocent look on your face." Chris replied modestly, "I've served the Lord for years now. It's nothing new." Edna smirked. "Oh my, can I tell him you said that?" "Ugh, I'd prefer you didn't," Chris muttered. Her voice softened. "Chris, don't swing your whip so hastily from now on. I'm sure there will be times when you need to use it, but just then was not the time. The people are simply too starved and frightened. They're the ones we have to protect." "Yes, I was too rash back there." "Forgive me," Chris said, lowering his head. "There's no need to apologize to me," Edna replied kindly. "I wasn't hurt. We just need to be more careful from now on." "Oh, right. Have you come here with your family as well, Chris? I'd like to hear more about your family." And so, Chris began to tell her about how his father had died and how his mother and siblings followed soon after. Edna listened in silence, her gaze soft and sorrowful. As he finished speaking, a single tear rolled down her cheek. And with that single teardrop, something that had been hardened inside Chris for so long suddenly melted away quietly, as if by magic. Chris blinked in surprise as he noticed a glimmer on Edna's cheek. A tear? Is she crying because of my story? But why? It has nothing to do with her, he thought, confused. Then again, she was so angry when that townswoman got whipped earlier. Even if she was just a maid, nobles would normally think that sort of thing has nothing to do with them. That's how other nobles would think. Edna composed herself and looked at him gently. "So then, Chris, did you only bring your younger brother with you here?" "Pardon?" "Yes, that's correct." "Why do you ask?" Chris replied cautiously. "I'm just curious about you, that's all," Edna said with a small smile. "Plus, the Lord really cares about all of you. That's why he asked everyone to bring their families here to Westfield. And I am his wife. I will follow his will and help him as much as I can. So right now, I want to help all of you settle down here, because that is what the Lord wishes for now. And of course, it's my wish as well. So please, there's no need to be so cautious." Chris looked at her, quietly taking in her words. It's true, he thought. She truly wishes to help Westfield, the Lord, and the townspeople. Every word that comes from her mouth includes the Lord's wishes and directs her deeds to him. She is truly. Then he said aloud, "Well, the Lord I know doesn't care about other people that much." And again, in thought, a peculiar noble. Edna tilted her head slightly. "May I tell the Lord what you just said?" "No, you may not," Chris answered quickly, his face flushing. "Sir Phaeton and Kian told me to watch the lady closely," he reminded himself. Trying to change the subject, he added, "My brother Chase worked as an apprentice blacksmith before coming here." "A blacksmith?" Edna's eyes brightened. "That's incredible." Chris nodded, silently thinking, "I may not have as much experience as the Duke, but I've honed my senses long enough in battle." Edna murmured thoughtfully, "A blacksmith," then to herself, "I can't be certain about other things, but this person is definitely not a threat to us." After a moment, Edna called softly, "Chris, Chris." "Yes," he replied. "How about I help Chase join a guild?" "What?" "But guilds are." "I know," Edna interrupted. "They tend to be opposed to foreigners, and it's hard to join without proper connections." We'd be ever so grateful," Chris said, bewildered, "but why would you go out of your way like that for us?" "I'm not sure if you noticed," Edna explained, "but Westfield needs to rebuild its towns first. That means we will need a lot of skilled artisans to work. Also, a closed group like a guild is the perfect place for corruption to manifest. I think it would be perfect for Chase to join a guild like that." "Why, yes," Chris murmured, taken aback. "She isn't a threat," he thought again, I think. Meanwhile, far away in the royal palace, the king stood by the window, gazing out at the clearing skies. Is the rainy season almost over? It will be time for the harvest soon. A servant bowed deeply. "You summoned me, Your Majesty." "How are the preparations for the harvest coming along?" the king asked, then glanced aside. "Oh, you're here too?" The servant straightened and replied, "Very well, Your Majesty." "Excellent," said the king. "Send a message to all the lords. I am inviting everyone to the first festival since my coronation." Kian stared at the ruined street and said quietly, "This is devastating. Not a single person here is standing unscathed." The Duke nodded, somber. "Yes, this town is the closest to the border. It was most likely pillaged more often than the other towns." Dylan swallowed and added, "Even so, this is worse than I expected. I heard that supplies were distributed even before we arrived, but some of these bodies look as though they fell only yesterday." Kian offered a grim explanation. They probably couldn't receive any of the supplies. Phil's voice rose in alarm. "What? This town is the furthest from the castle. Don't you know what that means? Kian replied, this town is a place for slaves. They probably couldn't get any of the supplies like the other commoners. There's nothing we can do here. The Duke's thoughts drifted inward, a private ruefulness coloring his words. Asterisk. Nothing we can do here. I wonder what Edna would say if she heard that. I'm positive she'd say that's just like her. She's swelling with a sense of justice, just like I used to be. If I had continued without abandoning my title, perhaps I would have become someone like her. Asterisk. Khan stepped forward, voice strained with worry. My lord, pardon me for asking, but will it really be all right leaving this to the lady? The Duke arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Khan gestured toward the devastation. The damage here is far worse than we expected. This isn't something a former maid can handle. The Duke's confidence was steady. No, Edna will be fine, and in his mind he added, because she's following the path I once abandoned. Then, with a flash of sternness, he warned Khan, and Ken, I know you're just concerned, but if you mention that again, I'll punish you for treason. Kian bowed, chastened. Yes, sir. Please forgive me, my lord. The Duke turned to the others. Very well. We just need to do our part and leave Edna to handle the rebuilding. His voice dropped into something darker and almost playful as he barked orders. Count Pitt, I'll chew you up right down to the bone. Ken MacDiffin, prepare to hunt. Let's teach these rats a little lesson. Later, moving through the worksite, Edna greeted one of the men overseeing repairs. Kirk, how are you? Have you been well? Yes, Your Grace, Kirk replied respectfully. Edna smiled, earnest. I heard you were of great help while repairing the banks. Things would have gotten out of hand if you hadn't reported to us so soon. I would like to thank you in the Lord's place. I am honored, Your Grace, Kirk answered. Edna leveled her gaze and asked, Raise your head, Kirk. Did you bring the plans as I requested? Oh yes, here they are. The blue lines indicate the waterways, Kirk said, offering the rolled papers. Edna waved a hand, cutting him off kindly. Oh, no need to explain. I can read the plans. Kirk nodded, impressed and a little bewildered. Asterisk. Does she really know how to read those blueprints? Even if she's a noble, I've never known any woman with architectural knowledge. Edna's tone shifted to business. Kirk, how much more time will you need to complete the estimations? Pardon? Kirk asked, blinking. Please estimate the total amount of materials necessary for rebuilding. It will be vital in deciding on the price of wood and stone. Also, I've reviewed the plans. She tapped the paper, adding with practical sharpness, they're nice and simple, but there is a lack of consideration for hygiene. Of course, housing is important, but public spaces, water, and sewage facilities are much more crucial. Please prepare from the ground up carefully, so we don't have to redig later. Very well. Of course, Your Grace, Kirk agreed, swallowing his surprise. His private thought answered the question he barely dared voice aloud. Asterisk, it's true. She really could read those plans rather sharply. She's even taking hygiene into consideration. No other lords have ever concerned themselves with that. It shall return. With the help of these people, the bountiful Westfield of the past will surely return. Edna looked around and said softly, Where shall we head to now? I'm done for today. It's well past noon, so we should head back. Chris bowed slightly and replied, Very well, my lady. As they walked down the dirt path, Edna's thoughts began to drift. When I was younger, she thought, I went to a large cathedral with my mother, and I saw a stained glass window there. The bright and colorful light surrounded me. It was almost like I could catch the light with my bare hands. I felt free for the first time in my life. It felt like I had become a different person standing there, surrounded by that colorful light. It was incredible. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she imagined the vision again. Kirk seems like the type who prioritizes safety and detail over lavish embellishments, she mused. I'm positive the facilities he designs will be strong and sturdy. But even a church can be beautiful and magnificent, right? A tall white steeple, beautiful and elaborate statues, and stained glass that glistens with rainbow colors. It will definitely become a symbol for Westfield, and more pilgrims will lead to an increase in our profits. Yes, that's a nice idea. I should suggest it to Kirk next time. When they reached the mansion, Edna turned to Chris with a gentle tone. Thank you for accompanying me today, Chris. There's no need to thank me, he replied. Edna smiled warmly. Looks like the food is ready. You should go eat now. My dress is damp from the weather, so I should go get changed. I'll escort you to your room, Chris offered. But Edna shook her head. No, that's all right. There's no danger on the way back to my room. You should go join your friends in the dining hall. See you next week, Chris. As she walked away, Chris watched her quietly. She's so carefree, he thought. Later, when he entered the dining hall, Kirk spotted him immediately. Oh, Chris, you're back, Kirk greeted with a grin. Yeah, Chris replied. So, how was it? Kirk asked teasingly. Chris frowned. How was what? Don't play dumb, Kirk chuckled. You were alone with a beautiful lady all day. Hey, Chris muttered, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, McFadden approached them. Chris, sorry to bother you during your meal, but I must speak with you for a moment. Chris stood quickly. Of course. McFadden's tone was calm but probing. Well, did you properly complete your task for today? If you mean guarding the lady, Chris answered, then I think so. Yes. McFadden's expression hardened. Then what about your other task? Chris hesitated before replying. When we went to see Kirk, the lady said, oh, no need to explain. I could read the plans. She said she could read the architect's blueprints on her own, and she actually did understand them. She even suggested where he could make improvements. A bastard child who only served as a maid wouldn't be able to learn such things, which means she lied to us. Then he paused and said quietly, nothing, sir. McFadden studied him for a moment, his brow furrowing. But even so, Chris interrupted firmly, his voice full of conviction. Nothing else in particular happened. I want to trust her. The lady is wise, kind, and gentle. She's an amazing person. Even if the lady's past is a lie, her dedication to this land and to the Lord, and the tears she shed for my fallen family members, I believe all of those were sincere. So, Lady Edna, I will be loyal to you and serve you as my master. There was nothing suspicious while I accompanied the lady today. McFadden nodded, his eyes softening slightly. And I shall wield my sword to protect you. Chris met his gaze and declared solemnly, I swear. Kian reported calmly, Chris said that. MacDiffin replied, yes. I wouldn't mind if it had been one of the twins or even Shane, but Chris, he's not one to swear an oath that easily. Kian considered the situation. Perhaps it's because he knows the lady used to be a bastard. I wonder. Chris also isn't the type to see fault in one's origins, but he would despise her for being useless and taking advantage of her new status. And he's not a man who would betray his brothers who he swore an oath with in battle. For now, we should focus on the upcoming hunt and watch the lady later. How are the preparations coming along? MacDiffin answered, well, they're going all right. It will still take time before the new recruits are useful enough, but I've narrowed down about 8 of them who have exhibited some talent. It should be fine even without the ones who will be on watch since our men will join us. When it comes to rat hunting, the Duke cut in with orders, make sure the runners move in a group of at least 5. Remember, the hunt must be merciless. Imprint on the prey immediately. The moment you can distinguish someone who isn't one of us, make your move. We have only one goal today. Sending a clear warning. We must teach them who owns this territory now. Are you ready, men? Everyone answered in unison, yes, my lord. The Duke's voice turned sharp with purpose. Well then, let's go hunt some rats. Hidden behind a large stone, a man named Man watched them gather and thought grimly, so it's true that Eli's men were gathering near the slums. Why is he out hunting all of a sudden? After taking that title, has he already squandered all his supplies? And now he's trying to make up for the loss by hunting. One of his soldiers leaned close and whispered, Sir Mond, what should we do now? We should hurry and leave before they find us. Mond snapped back, huh? Are you suggesting I flee? Who do you think I am? I've made a name for myself as a knight in the city. Even if they find us, I'm strong enough to make my own chance to run, no matter how hard Eli tries." Then the Duke's soldiers closed in. Man's soldier muttered, "Is it just me, or does it feel like he's looking right at me? Damn, they found us. Run." Dylan reported crisply, so they were holed up over there. "How'd you know?" the Duke asked. Dylan shrugged. He had a hunch. Khan pointed out a youth among them. "Kian, isn't that the second son of Count Pitt?" "Yes, it appears so. Should we kill him, or would you like to take him prisoner?" Khan asked. The Duke considered and replied, "Send him back alive. Will that be all right?" Another officer agreed, "Of course. Today's only meant to serve as a warning. They'll understand what we mean if we send a gift along the way." Kian confirmed, "Very well, my lord." "Philin, you're up," the Duke ordered. Philin answered, "Yes, sir." Suddenly a strange cry broke the tense air. Man screamed quack. His soldiers stammered in a panic, "Sir, man has shut your mouth. Do not speak my name. Don't let the enemy know who I am." Philin taunted from the other side, "See there, my lord. The poor tramps are running away. Moneyed. I've never felt such humiliation. Eli, I'll tear you to shreds. You will absolutely die by my hand." It was late when Edna greeted the returning men. She smiled warmly and said, "Welcome back. It's late. You must all be hungry." The Duke chuckled, brushing the dust off his coat. We had to chase out some vagrants along the way. Then it took a while to share the game we caught with the people in town." Concern filled Edna's eyes as she asked, "Did anyone get hurt?" The Duke laughed heartily. "Haha, these men were called an army of killers on the battlefield. They'd be useless if they got hurt by a few drifters." Relieved, Edna nodded softly. "That's a relief. If it's all right with you, may I join you next time? It's been on my mind for a while, visiting the slums. I mean, I'm sure they weren't able to receive a lot of help since they're so far out by the border. And to think even vagrants wander around. I'd like to go see it for myself and figure out how we can help them." The Duke's expression hardened. "I can't allow that." "What? Why not?" Edna cried in disbelief. Inwardly, the Duke thought, "You'll definitely be infuriated once you see the state the sons are in." But he couldn't say that aloud. Instead, he said, "There are still vagrants wandering around near that town since we didn't finish our patrol and the roads are rough, so it's too dangerous to take you. Also, your hands are full with everything in and outside of this castle. You should just leave the border to us for now." "Understood." Edna sighed and answered quietly, "Oh, very well. I'll do as you say." Among the soldiers, quiet thoughts echoed, "Thank goodness. If the lady were to join us, the Lord would never give us a moment's peace." The Duke straightened and said, "Now then, we should return to our rooms." Eli," Edna stammered, her voice uncertain. The Duke turned to her, replying calmly. Later that night, Edna's concern had not faded. She looked at the Duke and asked, "Do you think those vagrants who attacked the town were just mere drifters? It's odd that they'd still be wandering near a slum with nothing left in it to steal. They might harm a few people, but their first goal would be to pillage." The Duke frowned. "Honestly, I can't let my guard down even for a moment," he thought. Then he spoke, "It's just as you said. They probably weren't ordinary vagrants. They're most likely men who Count Pollitt hired along with some of his own men." Edna's breath caught. "The Count wants to invade this land." The Duke nodded. "Well, he was always on Cain III's side. He's greedy and selfish, so I'm sure he doesn't like the king's methods. He's already betrayed his king once before. His actions are laughable, befitting of a true traitor." "Traitor," Edna repeated in her thoughts. But Count Pollitt, she recalled, had a justifiable reason for his betrayal. Memories from her past returned vividly. He had once been loyal to her father until her father set his sights on Pollitt's young daughter. Edna remembered the whispers that haunted the palace halls. A servant had reported to the king, "My king, she is only but a 10-year-old child." The king had murmured, "That sounds even better." The story had reached Edna's ears, how Count Pollitt's daughter was dragged away and violated by Dane III. Afterward, The girl had fallen into madness and, one tragic night, thrown herself out of a window. That must have been the moment Pollitt decided to take his revenge. Dane III was the one who betrayed a man who had loyally served him all his life. Count Pollitt's actions had been inevitable, at least in relation to Dane III. He was no traitor. He was merely a man who cherished his family more than his loyalty to a corrupted crown. Far away, in another chamber, the Lord of Mondays spoke sternly. So the ones who did that to Mond were Eli and his men? One of his aides bowed and answered, "Yes, your grace." The Lord's temper flared. That fool. So he ignored my orders yet again and went into Chester Forest on his own. And you all failed to stop him, even allowed him to get injured. Well, I'm sure he forced all of you to go. The soldiers trembled, lowering their heads. We have committed a grave sin, your grace indeed. The king's cold voice echoed through the hall. Indeed, it was a grave sin enough to repent with your lives. Panic filled the air. Har, dear God, please spare us, your grace, one of them cried. The king's thoughts darkened. Eli, you think you can run wild because you have that impudent king behind you. Well, enjoy it while you can. You won't be smiling for much longer. Sir Man, standing nearby, said nothing, his silence heavy with unease. This is my room, Mond murmured as he looked around. I remember arriving at the castle, but I was so exhausted. He recalled the warning that echoed in his head. Man had said firmly, remember, do not, under any circumstances, tell my father that I went into Chester Forest. Never. Outside, a soldier's voice broke through the quiet. Sir Mond. Sir Mond. Mond blinked slowly as realization struck him. Right. I fainted. Soon after, a servant entered the room, his steps hurried. Oh, you're awake, my lord. How's your wound? I'll get the doctor right away. Mond frowned and asked, hang on, who are you? Where's Nero? The servant hesitated. Any Nero? Yes, my manservant, Mond pressed. The servant's eyes fell. Well, Nero's dead. What? Mond breathed, disbelief freezing his chest. Another man entered the room, his tone grave. Not just him. Everyone who went with you to the forest that day is dead. They disobeyed the order to not enter Chester Forest and even failed to protect you. Mond's lips trembled. Then, the man nodded before he could finish. Yes, he knows everything. The Count has been very worried about you. Why don't you go see him first? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Edna handed something to her servant. Here you are. These are yours. The writer narrated quietly, week 2. The first seeds were finally distributed. Farmers who had worked day and night to till their fields shed tears of joy as they clutched their share of seeds. Their faces were filled with both joy and hope. Chris, watching the scene, asked with mild surprise, "You're even writing things like that?" The man beside him nodded. "Oh, Sir Chris, yes, I am. That way, people in the future will understand why these policies were put into place." Chris thought to himself, as expected. The lady really does know how to move people, and she puts the right people in the right jobs. She gives out just enough hope and reward to make tired people move on. Even this man, Locke, he became a steward just last week. Who knew such a quiet and timid man like him could be so observant? Then again, I'm also one of the people under her spell. He sighed softly, watching Edna in the distance. The lady is quite busy these days. Even I'm exhausted just accompanying her all the time. She's not someone to show how tired she feels. The Lord must be quite anxious. Edna turned toward him. You, Chris, we should prepare to head back soon. As they prepared to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Edna. She turned quickly, smiling faintly. Eli, what brings you here? The Duke approached, his tone calm but warm. I stopped by after confirming the new plans with Kirk. How are things on your end? Oh, we were just about to head home, Edna said with a gentle smile. If you'd like. The Duke interrupted with a suggestion. How about heading back together? Edna blinked. With us. He smiled. With me. Edna couldn't help but laugh softly. Oh haha. We spoke at the same TI, she began, but the Duke's voice cut through gently. Edna. She blinked again, a little dazed. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Suddenly, the Duke's tone sharpened. Edna. Inside her mind, she fought to stay alert. I have to answer him, she thought weakly. His voice came again, distant yet urgent. Edna. But her body felt heavy. Her lips moved barely as she whispered, What's wrong with me? My eyes feel so heavy. It's hard to stay awake. The Duke's voice echoed through the castle as he shouted, Raoul, Raoul, where are you? Moments later, Raoul rushed in and answered breathlessly, Yes, yes, I'm here, my lord. Without wasting time, the Duke said. Edna collapsed. Raoul froze and replied, What, then? Alarmed, he continued, Oh dear, how did she? We must lay her in bed right away. She seems to have fallen asleep, the Duke explained gravely, but she suddenly fainted, then fell asleep. We shouldn't take this lightly. We still don't have a doctor in the castle. Raoul's face darkened as he said, I'm afraid. He then added, So, we did send out a call to hire, but all the good doctors have already left to work in other towns, so we haven't found a suitable doctor yet. Clicking his tongue in frustration, the Duke said, TSK. What do you think we should do, Raoul? Startled, Raoul replied, Pardon. The Duke continued, Well, my knowledge is limited to home remedies. I think you should find an expert who knows more about medicine. Turning sharply, the Duke ordered, An expert, Chris. Find someone who is knowledgeable in both herbal and clinical medicine. I don't care how old or whether they are a man or woman as long as Edna can receive proper treatment. Chris bowed and said, Yes, my lord. The Duke urged him, Hurry, I'm worried about her. The news spread quickly and Philly exclaimed, What? The lady collapsed. How? Philin asked anxiously. Did she get hurt somehow? Chris shook his head and explained, No, she wasn't injured. She's probably just exhausted. Philly sighed and said, Well, she has been working quite hard. Philin then asked, How's the Lord doing? Chris replied, Well, he's worried about her. Both of them repeated in shock, The Lord is worried. Philly added, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Chris snapped back, Quit making such a fuss. Anyway, on his orders, I need to find a medical clinician. Would you happen to know anyone? Philly hesitated before answering, I doubt any of the family members who came with our men would have such knowledge. Me and Philly used to be bandits, and the rest have similar backgrounds. Chris nodded and said, I see. I've sent people to search in town, but I heard the good doctors were either killed by bandits or left to find work elsewhere. We must find anyone we can. She may be fine for now, but she could collapse again, and then her condition might get worse. Philly agreed, saying, Right, the lady won't get any rest unless an expert tells her to. Just then, Ritral approached and called out, Hey, Chris. Chris turned and said, Oh, Ritral, what is it? Ritral hesitated before asking, Is there a chance there are any sort of drawbacks if one were to take on such a job? Sometimes there are odd rumors about those who know too much about medicine, you know. Chris frowned slightly and replied, Drawbacks. You know, the Lord and Lady would never allow such a thing to happen. Ritral nodded and said, Yeah, you're right. I'm just worried. That's all. Sensing something more, Chris asked, Why? Do you know of someone? Ritral lowered his voice and said, Well, I'm telling you this because I trust you, the Lord, and even the lady. Chris responded, Ritral finally admitted, Actually, my younger sister has studied herbal medicine. She's an expert with a vast array of knowledge. Chris's eyes widened as he said, That's perfect. We should find her, right? Ritral hesitated and replied, However, Rhea, that's her name. She was constantly harassed for having such knowledge. She might be unhappy to hear I even told you about her. Try to persuade her if you think you can. I also think it's a waste of her skills just hiding away and not making use of her knowledge. Rhea usually spends the day reading or in the garden. She seems to be tending to some of the herbs Raoul planted out there. Hearing this, Chris thought to himself, so he was telling the truth. Remembering that she was always in a robe, Chris concluded she should be easy to find. Soon enough, Chris found her and asked, Rhea, Are you Rhea Rittrall's younger sister? She answered calmly, yes, that's me. Chris went straight to the point and said to her, I heard you studied herbal medicine. The Lord is in urgent need of someone like you. Immediately, she refused and replied, I'd rather not. You must have heard a silly rumor. How could a woman ever be capable of having such knowledge? She added bitterly, I'm a mere lass, so please find someone else. Chris pressed her, saying, look, I've already heard everything from Rittrall. Why are you lying? Anger flashed across her face as Rhea snapped, Rittrall, you idiot. I have nothing else to say. I don't know anything. Sorry. Chris hurried after her and said, wait, stop. You're about to disobey a direct command from the Lord. As he looked closer, Chris suddenly thought, is that a burn scar? And in that moment, he recalled what her brother had told him. Rumors about those who knew too much about medicine had always spread like poison. Sometimes there are odd rumors about those who know too much about medicine. You know, my sister was constantly harassed for having such knowledge. Chris thought about Rittrall's words and finally understood the truth. What she had gone through was nothing short of a witch hunt. He said carefully, oh, excuse, but before he could finish, Rhea cut him off coldly, replying, forget it. Don't say another word. I don't need your pity or your apology. Rittrall sent you, correct? Then you can probably guess what happened. Her voice hardened as she continued, you guessed right. I got this scar after I was accused of being a witch. That's why I refused to help you. How can any of you guarantee something like this won't happen to me again? Chris tried to reassure her and said, but the lady would never allow something like that to happen. Rhea shook her head and answered bitterly, never. Do you think I treated those people thinking they would later turn around and burn me? Please leave. I don't trust you, the Lord or the lady. Elsewhere, the Duke was lost in his thoughts. I made her work too hard. I should have been more careful. They were not simple tasks Edna could have handled on her own. Even though he had asked Chris to assist her, he had still sent a woman into town by herself. I was careless. Bandits and hooligans were danger enough. What if she had caught the plague? His resolve hardened. Very well. I should forbid her from going into town from now on. The townspeople can come here to meet her. There's already plenty of work to do inside the castle. Traveling back and forth like that must have exhausted her. He decided firmly, once Edna wakes up, I have to keep her in the castle at all times. Soon after, Edna finally opened her eyes and said softly, good morning. Then she blinked in confusion and added, wait, is it evening already? The Duke replied sternly, this is no time for a morning greeting. Edna asked calmly, is that so? How long was I asleep for? The Duke answered, not for long. Are you feeling all right? Edna nodded and said, yes, I feel fine. I must have been more tired than I realized. I fell asleep so suddenly. The Duke sighed and said, you're telling me. You could at least pay half as much attention to your own body as you do to the town. Edna replied honestly, oh well, I'm not so sure myself. I've never felt this way before. I did feel a bit tired, but not enough for this to happen. The Duke snapped back, a bit tired? You're driving me insane. Why are you pushing yourself like this? There's no need for you to rush these things. You can take your time. Take care of your health. Hearing this, Edna smiled gently and said, is this you being worried about me? She tilted her head and added, it is, isn't it? The Duke let out a helpless laugh and said, how did I end up falling in love with a woman who worries me this much? Edna felt her heart tremble as she thought to herself, Eli is in love with me. Oh my, I'm so happy. At the same time, the Duke watched her carefully and wondered, what do those tears mean? He spoke softly but with concern, are those tears of joy? Then, after a brief pause, he added, or perhaps, do you hate the fact that I love you so much it brought you to tears? Inside, Edna panicked. I want to tell him that's not it. But I can't. That would mean I'd have to acknowledge my feelings for him. I must not love him, and I must not be loved by him. She noticed Eli's expression darken and thought anxiously, Eli looks upset. Does he think I'm rejecting him? Gathering her resolve, Edna finally spoke. You and I come from different classes. The Duke immediately interrupted her, repeating firmly, classes? Haven't I told you none of that matters? He continued without hesitation. It's fine even if you're not Anna. You and I already swore an oath to be husband and wife. No one can say anything about us. So don't. Then, with quiet determination, he added, so I'll wait until the day you can love me freely. Edna lowered her gaze, her chest aching as she thought, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Eli. But you absolutely cannot love me. You have to be ready to abandon me anywhere and at any time. Suddenly, the scene shifted as a desperate voice echoed through the air, burns. It burns. Dear Prince. The burning smell and all that smoke haven't faded. The king's patience snapped, and he barked, that's quite enough. Glaring coldly, he continued, foolish boy. Did I ever order you to do something like that? I wonder who you take after to be such a fool. Trembling, the boy fell to his knees and pleaded, please, just one more. Just give me one more chance, father. I can do it. I want to kill every last one of those men and women. Please, just give me one more chance. Edna felt a strange flutter in her chest as she thought to herself, for some reason, ever since yesterday, I've been feeling a bit awkward whenever I see Eli. She tried to calm herself. He's simply trying to be considerate. The Duke spoke in a firm yet gentle tone, you should rest until you've fully recovered. I'll take care of anything that needs approval for now. Edna nodded and replied, well then, if you have any questions about what's been going on, that's all right. The Duke answered calmly, I read a summary of Locke's notes. There won't be a problem. Hearing that, Edna felt conflicted. Even though Locke had summarized those events, it's still only a record of what's happened. There isn't any additional information or explanation. Yet somehow, Eli understood everything. Eli, who are you? She continued thinking, you and I. Neither of us truly knows about the other. One thing's for certain, though. Eli is with Caden. If the end does come, I hope you won't waver, Eli. Just then, Edna turned her attention to the woman before her and asked, who are you? The woman answered politely, oh, I am Ritral's sister. Madam, my name is Rhea. Edna's expression softened as she said, oh, Ritral. Then she smiled faintly and continued, oh yes, I know. Your mother is Martha, right? She's quite skilled at embroidery. Even this dress I'm wearing was mended by her. Edna glanced at Rhea's clothing and asked, is that cloak also one of Martha's pieces? Rhea hesitated before replying, yes. Edna nodded appreciatively and said, it's very lovely. After a brief pause, Edna suddenly spoke again, her voice quieter, Rhea, you. Rhea looked at her steadily and said, people have asked me to examine you. And of course, I know what that means. What sort of responsibility I would need to take on and how it might come back at me. I've already been through it once. That's why. Why, my lady? Edna's eyes trembled as she answered, it must have been terribly painful. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Rhea frowned slightly and asked, why are you apologizing? In that moment, Rhea's thoughts drifted inward. Ever since that day, I have never cried once. She remembered how she had hated the world, how she had loathed herself for not dying. I had no time to feel sad. Looking at Edna now, Rhea asked quietly, so why are you crying? And suddenly, the truth surfaced in her heart. Now I see. All that time, I actually just wanted to feel sad. I wanted to be comforted. I wanted those people to tell me they were sorry. Rhea's voice was calm but firm as she said, do you think I treated those people thinking they would later turn around and burn me? Hearing that, Chris felt his chest tighten. That was thoughtless of me, he thought. I was in such a hurry to find a doctor. At that moment, Ritral snapped angrily, what the hell, Chris? Why you? I told you to try and convince her, not to force her. No wonder she was in such a bad mood. Chris stayed silent, realizing how furious Ritral was. I should apologize, he thought. And I'm still worried about the lady. I wonder if she's collecting herbs somewhere. As if summoned by that thought, Rhea's voice suddenly rang out, pardon me. What are you doing here? Chris turned in surprise and asked, Rhea, why have you come here? Rhea tilted her head slightly and replied, that's a rather odd question. Is there any reason why I should not be here? Chris shook his head and answered, no, not really. It's just, herbs grow here, so I come here often. Rhea looked down at the plants and said, herbs. Then she knelt and explained, yes, these flowers here, they're called chamomile. They have a lovely fragrance when boiled into tea, and they're good for fatigue and blood pressure. They have a calming and restful effect. So I thought they might be of help to the lady. Startled, Chris exclaimed, "Wait, hang on. Did you just say the lady?" Rhea blinked and replied casually, "Oh, haven't you heard? I've accepted the position to look after the lady." She continued softly, "I met her in person. She was kind, just like you said. I never imagined I'd be comforted by a noble, let alone a duchess. She's quite unique." Overhearing this, smiled awkwardly and said, "However, I'm sorry, my lady. This is rather embarrassing." She shook her head and replied warmly, "Oh my, not at all. I'm in the same boat as you." Then she added sincerely, "And thank you, my lady. I had planned to never again face reality, but I think that made the sadness in my heart grow even greater. You embraced a wound I hadn't even realized was there." "Thank you so very much," Edna answered gently. "No, in fact, finally had my eyes open thanks to you." "Thank you, Rhea." Rhea straightened and said respectfully, "Madam." Edna laughed lightly and replied, "Ah, that's right." Then Edna's expression turned serious as she asked, "Rhea, how much have you studied about medicine? Tell me as many details as you can. In turn, I'll teach you what I know." Startled, Rhea replied, "Pardon?" Edna smiled and said, "Come with me and learn new knowledge. Then please go and help the people in this land with that knowledge." "I would like very much for you to do that, Rhea, if you'll have me." Rhea's eyes widened as Edna continued warmly, "Oh, Rhea, thank you so much. I'll be in your care from now on." Rhea later recalled how, after that day, Edna truly taught her even more about medicine. Some of it was professional medical knowledge she had never been able to learn before. Even if she is a noble, Rhea thought, not many would be able to retain that level of knowledge. The question lingered deeply in her heart. Why and how did the lady come to know all that? Where did the lady come from? Edna lifted the cup and smiled softly as she said, "Thank you, Rhea. It smells lovely. I've had dried leaves before, but I've never had tea made from fresh flowers." Rhea nodded and replied reassuringly, "I made sure to wash them clean, so rest assured it's safe to drink." Then she added gently, "And my lady, may I see your wrist for a moment?" Edna blinked in surprise and asked, "My wrist?" Rhea answered calmly, "Even if you yourself are knowledgeable, the Lord gave me strict orders to look after you." Edna waved it off lightly and said, "I really was just tired that day." Hee. After a brief pause, Rhea asked carefully, "My lady, have you had your monthly bleeding?" Edna stiffened and replied, "My mom." Rhea corrected her patiently, "Now think carefully. When was the last time you had your menstrual bleeding?" Edna hesitated and said, "I haven't had it yet this month, but that can't be. I've always been irregular inside." Edna reasoned, "Right, due to the side effects of that hormone suppressant I took when I lived as Eden." Rhea shook her head and said firmly, "No, my lady. In my opinion, you are definitely pregnant. If you're usually irregular, that means your womb is weak. There's a greater chance of miscarriage, so you must take extra care. Do not drink the tea I just made for you. Chamomile is not suitable for pregnant women. I shall prepare a different herbal tea instead." Edna froze as the words sank in. "Pregnant? Me?" Rhea continued seriously, "My lady, how should I inform the Lord?" Edna quickly replied, "Do not say a word to him. Let's just wait until we know for sure. I shall tell him myself." Inside, Edna's thoughts spiraled. "I'm not quite sure about this. I've lived most of my life as a man, and now I'm pregnant. I'm going to be a mother." Fear gripped her heart. "I'm scared. I'm so scared." Yet alongside that fear came warmth. And in a strange way, I'm happy. Having the child of the person I love, just like that dream I once had. After speaking with Rhea, Edna felt something loosen within her. I felt like I could forgive myself. She reflected bitterly, I must be rather selfish and conceited to still desire their forgiveness. But this life had been given to her because of them. The life of a woman, of Edna. So I hope to treasure it more. Rhea looked at her steadily and said, "Do not worry, my lady. It is my job to look after your condition. Please rest assured and leave it to me. With the knowledge you have taught me, combined with my own personal know-how, I'll protect you until your baby is born." Edna smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Rhea. You're quite dependable." Rhea flustered and replied quickly, "Please forget that last." Then she thought to herself, "I took it too far." Elsewhere, the Duke asked sharply, "Has there been any other movement from Count Pulet?" A subordinate replied, "No. Ever since our defense line was set up, they haven't infiltrated again." The Duke frowned and said, "That's suspicious." He's not the type to let things go without a fight. After a moment, he decided, "Very well. Let's try this." "Can, you will defend the territory while I'm away?" Can answered immediately, "Yes, my lord." The Duke continued, "McFadden, Shane, and Mark shall accompany me into the city. As long as I don't get tangled up in anything troublesome, I should be back in a week. I shouldn't take more than 10 days at most. So don't let your guard down." Can replied again, "Yes, my lord." The Duke concluded, "We shall leave for the city in 2 days. Inform Mark and Shane to ready themselves." "That is all." Ken bowed and said, "Yes, my lord." As the Duke turned to leave, he added, "You two can take your time and exchange details about the border. I shall take my leave. I'm worried about Edna." As he walked away, the Duke's thoughts grew heavy. Edna seemed so uneasy with me yesterday. I became too sure of myself after we swore our oath of marriage. He clenched his fist. After all, it was forced upon her from the start. In the end, a painful truth surfaced in his mind. To Edna, this marriage to me is merely a means to survive. The Duke and Edna both said softly, "Oh." The Duke then asked, "Where were you heading to?" Edna replied casually, "I was also on my way there." She paused before suggesting, "Since it's meal time, what about you then? Shall we go together?" The Duke smiled and said, "Sure, let's go together." As they sat down, offered, have some." Accepted politely, "Oh, thank you." When he finished, he asked, "Are you finished?" Edna nodded, "Yes." The Duke then inquired, "Do you have any plans after this?" Edna suggested, "Why don't we go back together and rest in our chamber? I need to speak with you." He agreed, of course. The Duke stood and said, "Well, we'll be going now. Enjoy the rest of your meals." File, watching quietly, said, "Thank you." He whispered to himself, "Hey, did you see that? Yep, he must really love her. He even cut her meat." Then he shrugged and muttered, "Well, what difference does it make? Besides, the lady seems happy too. So, it's all good." Later, the Duke turned to Edna with a more serious expression. "Edna, about the harvest festival, what are all those? Shouldn't you be resting?" Edna blinked in surprise. "Huh," she added. "Oh, I'm just going to check the ledger while I rest." The Duke chuckled slightly. "You're clearly a workaholic." She nodded. "Yes, I suppose so." He thought to himself, "She's not even trying to hide the fact that she can read now." Then he advised gently, "Make sure to rest every now and then." "What did Rhea tell you?" Edna replied. "She said I just seemed exhausted." The Duke shook his head. "See, I told you. But fainting from exhaustion isn't normal either. I can already imagine how much work you'll do while I'm gone. Just take better care of yourself." Edna's eyes widened slightly. "While you're gone," he explained, "I have to visit the capital for the harvest. It should be about 10 days at most, so please be careful while I'm away. I really might go insane if something happens to you." Edna smiled softly, hee. Noticing, the Duke asked, "Why were you laughing?" She replied warmly, "I was just thinking about the first time I met you. Remember what you did to me back then?" He chuckled awkwardly. That was. Sorry about that." Inside, Edna thought, "He is truly such a lovely person." She smiled again, hee. The Duke raised an eyebrow. "Why are you laughing now?" She answered, though her voice was gentle and sincere. "You don't hesitate to show your affection. You don't know just how much faith that gives me. It's just so amusing." The Duke smiled faintly and teased, "You call yourself a lady." Edna smirked inwardly. "To tease you even more. Heart suit." Soldiers shouted across the yard, "Hey, over here. Bring those over to this wagon. This one's full." "What's in this sack?" Fionn looked around in surprise and muttered, "Wow, where'd they all come from?" "They're all merchants who want to go to the capital." One of the soldiers barked again. "Hey, take this one too." Watching the scene unfold, it was no wonder the Lord looked somewhat annoyed. Phaeton leaned closer and suggested, "My lord, we should send for more soldiers to accompany us on our journey. We won't be able to guard this many with our current numbers." The Duke shook his head firmly. "No, Besides, taking more people will only lengthen our travel time. But where the heck did all these blasted people come from? TSK. They're so scared, they're trembling. Yet they won't back down. That shows just how desperate they are. Fionn and Philly shall join us. That should be enough. But not another soul. Noticing Phaeton's expression, he asked, "What's with your face?" Phaeton waved him off. "It's nothing." Edna stepped forward, eyes lighting up. "Eli, great. You're still here. I was hoping to see you off." The Duke turned in surprise. "Edna, what are you doing here?" "You should be resting." She smiled softly and replied, "I felt bored. May I stay here with you for a bit?" "Wow, there are so many people here. Are they all going to the capital too?" The Duke's gaze softened as he asked, "Edna, is there something you wish to say to me?" Edna hesitated for a moment, then said shyly, "Something I wish to say." "Something?" She paused, thinking, then added playfully, "Oh, please bring me back a present. I'd like to receive a gift from you." The Duke chuckled lightly. "Very well. A gift it is. In return, don't do anything reckless." She nodded eagerly, yes. He turned to the group and commanded, "Well, then we're off." Ria's voice called after Edna, "You'll catch a cold like this, my lady." Edna smiled. "Oh, Ria." Ria asked cautiously, "Have you still not told him?" Edna lowered her gaze, thinking carefully. "You said so yourself, my womb is quite weak. If there's any chance my womb cannot bear this baby, and it results in nothing," she looked up and said quietly, "he would be disappointed. It's not that I don't trust him. I just don't want to see him disappointed or sad. That's all. You can understand, can't you? How truly passionate. We're still just newlyweds. 10 days. I hope nothing will happen in that time." From the balcony, the king's voice rang out, "Let's be off. Goth, the harvest is about to begin." The king instructed Kafir to simply follow the orders he had given, and the soldier replied promptly, "Yes, my lord." The king then called for Mand, who responded, "Yes, father." The king explained that he was leaving Mand in charge and reminded him to keep his wits about him. Mand bowed and promised, "Yes, father, you can count on me." However, another man whispered his opinion, criticizing the king for indulging Mand far too much. He called Mand a lazy liar who only knew how to shout and warned that he would surely fail and ruin the plan. The king raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was being lectured, but the man quickly denied it. The king smirked and mocked him, noting that Mand, the lazy liar, was still better than a coward. Turning to Goth, he warned, "Do not be arrogant. You sit there only because you are the eldest son. If it weren't for that, Mand would be in your place." Goth nodded reluctantly, "Yes, father." As the king observed them, he thought bitterly to himself that both of his sons were pathetic fools, constantly competing with one another. He admitted quietly that he overindulged Mand because the boy reminded him of his late wife and daughter, while Goth was far too much like himself. Meanwhile, Mand seethed with excitement, declaring inwardly that it was finally time for a real slaughter. He raged about Goth looking down on him and about Eli, the arrogant peasant who had risen to fame through war. Mand vowed to burn Eli's land to ashes so that his father would finally acknowledge him. Later, the king explained to Kafir that Mand would take charge of the plan only in name. If he didn't assign Mand a role, the boy would rush in recklessly and ruin everything. Kafir suggested allowing Mand to defend the castle, just to make him feel like a commander. The king admitted privately that he expected nothing from Mand, that neither his title, confidence, nor efforts held any real value. Kafir reflected that a fool should simply act like a fool and follow orders. This all took place 4 days before the invasion of Westfield. Philon looked around with a small smile and said, "It feels like a real festival, doesn't it? Well, the long war is finally over. They must want people to enjoy celebrating as much as possible." Phaeton nodded, "My lord, the royal castle is now in sight." The Duke let out a sigh of relief, "So, we're finally here. My limbs are so stiff. I was sure I'd die on the way here." Philly chuckled, "Wow, you look rough. Doubt anyone would think you're a duke looking like that." The Duke murmured quietly, "We'll be there soon, Phaeton." "You ready to meet the king?" Phaeton replied eagerly, "But of course. I can hardly wait to see him again." After all, he is the other lord I serve. Noticing the Duke lingering, he added, "And you really should get back to your carriage, my lord." The Duke groaned. We've almost arrived." "How long do you plan on lying around back there?" "I heard you, you old grump." He then instructed Philly and Philin, "Unload everything, then get some rest for today." They responded, "Yes, lord." The Duke turned to M'Phaeton. "M'Phaeton, you shall accompany me to the castle." M'Phaeton nodded. "Yes, my lord." The Duke then addressed the merchants. "You merchants can do as you like and try selling your stock here. Just be sure to spread word that Westfield is looking for more artisans. Oh, and buy the most beautiful jewelry and fabric you can find, as many of them as you can. I'm counting on you." "Very well. Now then, let's go." "The king's neck must be sore from watching for our arrival." M'Phaeton frowned. "My lord, talk like that will get you arrested for treason." As they approached the castle, the king greeted them warmly. "My neck was beginning to feel sore from watching for your arrival." The Duke thought to himself, "What did I say?" While M'Phaeton muttered internally, "Yes, yes, you might as well be psychic." The king's eyes twinkled as he added teasingly, "Good heavens, M'Phaeton. You seem to have aged 10 years since you've been away." M'Phaeton blinked. What?" The king continued, "Is it because you've been giving him such a hard time, Eli?" M'Phaeton frowned. "Now that's not fair, your majesty. How is it my fault he's getting old? Why are they making fun of me?" The king burst into laughter. "Ah, I'm only joking. I'm glad you both seem to be doing well. And here I was afraid you might not settle down in this land, but the air around you seems a bit different. Might this all be thanks to your lady?" The Duke bowed slightly. "Yes, your majesty. I am truly grateful you granted me the opportunity to meet a woman like her." The king smiled gently. "I haven't seen you smile like that in quite a long time. I wish to speak with him in private." Have all the Gliards step out, a soldier spoke, but the king waved him off. "I'll be fine. What's there to worry about when I'm with the kingdom's greatest knight? Let's take a walk through the garden. That's where the statue of Dwayne III once stood. It's been taken down. They'll be putting up my statue soon, though I can't really say I'm too thrilled about it. I don't think I'll ever get used to such formalities." The Duke laughed softly. Same here. It's really been quite a while, dear brother." Hayden looked down at him and asked softly, "You awake now?" Caden blinked in surprise. "Oh, brother? What are you doing here?" Hayden smiled faintly. "Why else? To read, of course." "Wow, you're already reading a tough book like this." Caden nodded. "Yes. I was interested in this subject." Hayden laughed lightly. "You're such a fast learner." He hesitated for a moment, then added awkwardly, Brother, if you don't mind, maybe from now on we could." Before he could finish, a sharp voice called out, "Hayden, what are you doing over there? Won't you come join me for tea? We can have those delicious cookies you like." Hayden stiffened. "But mother, I have a lesson soon." Caden turned politely. "Oh, good day, mother." The woman's expression hardened instantly. "Caden, I am not your mother. Just how many times do I have to say that for it to get through that head of yours?" "Mother," Hayden said quietly. She sighed dramatically. "Oh dear, just look at me. Our tea will get cold. Come along, Hayden." "But Caden," Hayden began. As they walked away, Caden lowered his gaze, his thoughts sinking inward. "It's just as she said. I am not her son. My mother was a commoner. I heard she passed away before I was even 3 years old. A bastard child, and the younger son at that. Under normal circumstances, I would never have been allowed to live in this castle with them. I was hoping we could study together." Hayden suddenly stopped and turned back. "Mother, please don't treat Caden so harshly. You know very well that he hasn't done anything wrong." She paused, her expression twisting. "You're right. I know. I'm well aware of that. That man is the only one to blame for all this. And Caden is probably the most pitiable child here. Yet, I can't hold back my hatred whenever I see his face. It should be in his place." Caden clenched his fists as her words echoed in his mind. "I am the heir to the McGregor family. Others say Hayden, the eldest son, is too weak and frail to carry the family line. But that's not true. My older brother excels at everything: horseback riding, sword fighting, even academics. He's far better than me in everything. He's the person I look up to the most. I've always been shy, yet he always approaches me first. He's my incredible, kind older brother. And yet, I was named the sole heir to the McGregor fortune. I could never understand why. A memory surfaced from when he was still very young. Someone had said sharply, "Diane, is it true you invited Hayden to join you for tea again?" Diane replied coolly, "That's right." "Am I not allowed to do that?" The man snapped back, but that was during his kingship lesson. "I told you not to disturb him at that time. It's vital. Are you really planning to get in the way of Hayden's future like this?" Diane's eyes flashed. "You're the one getting in the way of his future. The destiny of the McGregor bloodline or whatever, it's all a joke to me. Who's the one stealing away his future all because of some ghost from the past?" The man scoffed. "Huh? I see you've finally gone mad, Diane." She laughed bitterly. "That's right. I've gone completely insane. The madness of your family is driving me out of my mind, demon. You're nothing but a demon. If I had known this family was full of lunatics, I never would have married you, Hayden. Long, long ago, there was a kingdom ruled by a wise and benevolent king. However, time had taken its toll on him, and his body had grown old and frail. The greatest problem was that he had no heir. Unable to leave the throne empty, the king decided that his crown would be passed down to one of the two great houses that had contributed the most to the kingdom. One house was immensely wealthy and highly skilled, while the other was fiercely loyal and renowned for producing talented individuals. Both houses were strong, respected, and supported by many. No matter how much he thought about it, the king could not make up his mind. Then, before a decision could be made, the king suddenly fell gravely ill. Not long after, he died. The loyal family believed he had been poisoned, but there was no evidence to prove it, and no one believed their claims. With the king gone, a brutal war erupted. Bodies piled up like mountains, towns and villages collapsed one after another, and soon everything was reduced to ash. As the bloodshed continued, the tides of war clearly began to favor one house. Someone muttered in despair, "This is indeed the end." The king looked out at the battlefield and said bitterly, "Just how much wealth has Diane amassed until now? Just look at all the flags outside. So many houses have gathered against us. Swallowed itself is our enemy now." Amelia trembled as she whispered, How can this be?" The king turned to her with a calm yet resolute gaze. "Amelia, listen to me very carefully. The House of McGregor ends here tonight, but that does not mean the end for us all. Not all of us have to die here. You can start anew with the child you are carrying." Amelia shook her head in panic. That's impossible. How could I ever do that on my own?" The king then looked toward another figure. "Joyce, I have a favor to ask of you." Joyce immediately bowed. "Yes," the king continued, "please stay with the lady and protect her until their dream has been fulfilled. Name our child after me. Then have his child named after him, and the child after as well, so that we may guard the House of McGregor for generations." Holding back her tears, Amelia replied, "As you wish, my beloved." Softening his voice, the king said, "You see, Joyce will help you, darling. Have you sealed off the secret passage?" A soldier answered firmly, "Yes, sir." "I'm in your debt." The king shook his head. "Don't mention it. Phaeton must forever be a Hayden's right-hand man." That very night, the House of McGregor was destroyed. Flames consumed everything, erasing its glory from the land. As chaos spread, Joyce urged urgently, "We must go now, my lady. There may be trackers out searching the area for us." Amelia hesitated and whispered, "If we had more wealth, pardon?" Joyce asked. Amelia clenched her hands and said quietly, "A wealth so great and unshakable that it could never be challenged. A wealth that could hire an army of soldiers no matter how long the war lasted. We need more. That throne belongs to Hayden." After that night, Lady Amelia devoted her entire life to trading. The maid once said that she had realized honor was never the key to winning a war. Only money could do that. In order to survive, House McGregor had to accumulate an enormous amount of wealth over many years. Only after donating a large portion of that wealth to the nobility did they regain their status as a noble house. During that time, many children named Hayden were born, and without exception, Phaeton always stood faithfully by their side. For generations, a Hayden had always been the heir of the McGregor house, and she herself had already served 3 Haydens. Cadence asked quietly, "But my name is Hayden. My older brother is Hayden. So why am I the heir now?" This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. The words echoed in his mind, "Run away, Master Caden." Caden thought back to the night after that warning, when he never saw his nanny again. When he asked the other servants, they told him she had returned home. Yet she had served 3 masters in that castle all by herself. Why would she return to a home where no one was waiting for her? Time and again, the people who were kind to him would disappear one day without a trace, and that frightened him deeply. Then, one night, the unexpected happened. Caden's father glared at him and said coldly, "Try saying that again." Cadence met his gaze and replied, "I said you're a coward, father. Why did you send mother to the king? Why didn't you refuse?" His father answered calmly that there was nothing else to be done in order to maintain the trust of the king. Cadence clenched his fists and shouted, "I asked you why. Why can't you give up your greed for the throne? Even if it's only now, we can still live our own lives, not as Haydens. Why did you have to sacrifice mother for your duty?" His father looked at him as if amused and said, "You're asking a rather odd question. That woman is merely a tool I chose after long and careful consideration. I can use her however the need suits. Everything from her looks and intellect to her etiquette. I considered all of them carefully before selecting her. Thanks to that, you were born. You are my greatest creation, and you will without a doubt become king." Then he added coldly, "However, it would appear I'll need to teach you another lesson in manners." As Cadence listened, he felt a chill race down his spine. It was as if a fog had lifted, and he finally understood the answer to all the questions that had haunted him for so long. A tool, his mother, his nanny, and even he himself. They were all nothing more than tools, meant to be used and discarded once they were no longer useful. The very next day, after being offered to the king against her will, Diane McGregor hung herself. Caden thought he could still hear the whispers around him. "Have you heard about the lady? She won't be allowed to rest in the house of McGregor graveyard. The Lord was firmly against it. He doesn't wish to further upset the king." Another voice replied, "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen the Lord. Where is he?" "He's gone to the city. Something about offering golden jewels to appease the king." "Oh my, how cowardly." Someone else added in a hushed tone, "The young Master Caden was the only one who attended the service from their family." "What about Master Hayden? He so deeply loved his mother. Didn't you know? I heard he's been imprisoned in the West Tower, and the Lord forbade any food, water, or other person from going there." Good heavens. The Lord wouldn't even allow his son to stand at his mother's side in her final moment. Oh my, that's so cruel. When Caden finally stood before him, he said softly, "Oh, McFadden, thank you." Hayden was there, battered and silent. Caden couldn't bring himself to ask if he was all right because it was so obvious that he wasn't. Instead, he spoke carefully, making sure to tell him that their mother had been given a proper send-off. "So, you don't need to worry," Caden said, only to curse himself inwardly. "Fool. What in the world am I saying? What should I do? What if I upset him even more?" Hayden finally spoke. "Caden." "Yes," Caden answered. "Thank you," Hayden said quietly. "You took care of what should have been my responsibility. But I'm sorry. I need to ask you for one more favor. Such a tragedy as this must never repeat again in the future. You and I, mother, and even father, we've all lost far too much. We must put an end to this madness. Let's end it all with our own hands." That night, Caden couldn't forget the sight of him. Hayden's face had been a battered mess, stained with blood and bruises, yet his eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Those are the eyes of a king, Caden thought. When his eyes burned with purpose like that, anyone would trust him, follow him, and wish to serve him. He realized then that this was the one thing he himself could never do the way Hayden could. "Your Majesty," the Duke said. Hayden thought to himself, "But still, I hope to be like him." Aloud, he said, "I was just thinking about the old days. We've come a long way." The Duke replied, "That's right. We really managed to make it all this way together." And deep in his heart, Caden thought that he wished he could take after even a faint ray of that burning light. The king questioned whether Count Polet was showing any signs of unrest, mentioning rumors that he had invaded Westfield, and the Duke replied that he had been rather quiet lately, which only made the king more suspicious. The Duke admitted that Count Polet had sent spies to watch them, so it was not as if he had lost interest, and the king concluded that they could not lower their guard yet. When the king remarked that the Duke would not have much time to stay, the Duke agreed, saying he was afraid not, and the king noted that such matters could not be taken lightly. However, the king insisted that the Duke should at least take part in the jousting tournament, explaining that every festival needed entertainment for the people and that it was also a chance for each house to display its strength, with many knights participating and even the king himself planning to prove that his sword was still sharp. When asked if the knights from Viscount Williams's house would participate, the king replied that although the Viscount had disobeyed his command and spread baseless rumors, they probably would, and that the Duke did not need to punish him because the king would handle it. The Duke, however, stated that he had his own business with those knights and that there was a lesson he needed to teach them with his own two hands. Pleased by the Duke's intention to participate, the king promised to have his lance and jousting armor prepared, to which the Duke responded that it was wonderful. The king said he expected a good show. The Duke thought to himself that he understood, and then pledged that he would not disappoint his king. The king told him to rest well until the banquet and tournament, and said he would see him then. Afterward, Phaeton echoed the king's farewell and asked whether the two of them had a nice chat, and the Duke replied that of course they had, adding that although Phaeton did not get a chance to catch up with the king, he would try to arrange another meeting later. Phaeton declined, saying that the king was no longer someone who should be on speaking terms with a servant like himself, and that simply seeing he was doing well was enough. The Duke acknowledged that they were the ones who had put him in that position, then instructed Phaeton to find out whether Kafir, the commander at Darfield, was present with Count Polet, reasoning that since the count had come all the way to the city and there was a jousting tournament, a man who valued honor would not leave his strongest knight behind. Phaeton agreed, and the Duke added that if Kafir was present, there was nothing to worry about, but if not, they should prepare themselves just in case. Meanwhile, doubts were raised about whether this would truly be all right, but someone reassured them, and the queen gently insisted that there was no need to worry, reminding them that she had already said so. Despite concerns that they had disobeyed the king's command and spread rumors, and fears that the king would not remain silent about it, she confidently declared that there was nothing to fear, because she would become the next queen. Anna's father fretted, "But Anna, what if you are not to the king's liking? If the king questions me about those rumors we spread, I never should have followed that plan of yours." Anna looked at him calmly and asked, "Father, look at me. How do I look today?" Startled, he replied, "Huh. Beautiful, of course." Anna smiled confidently and said, "Exactly. So, what sort of man wouldn't lust after me?" I'm fully confident of this. Inwardly, Anna thought what a pathetic fool he was, reflecting that he had been the one to try and sell her off, and now he trembled in fear of persecution. She instructed him, "If just in case Eli finds out, just say this. I'm too sick to leave and my other sisters are too young. That's why you, a bastard, were sent instead." After giving him these instructions, Anna thought about how she had originally sent that useless maid in her place, but soon realized such a shabby lie would not last. Sooner or later, she would be found out, and the family would bear the blame. She decided she must act first. If Eli discovered the truth and complained to Caden, the city would already be full of rumors about the maid who stole her place, and the maid would have already told the excuse she was instructed to give, leaving the blame on someone else. Later, when facing the king, Anna said, "I beg your forgiveness, your majesty. I tried to stop him, but my father, even though I was sick, I am guilty of not following the king's royal command. I will accept any punishment you see fitting." The king replied, "Anna, I was a fool. To think I could ever consider allowing another man to marry you." "Anna, I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you." Boldly, Anna asked, "Your Majesty, won't you marry me?" and smiled softly, thinking to herself, "Well, It's still only a silly daydream, but it's not entirely impossible. In fact, everything has been going according to my plan up until now. All that's left is for me to play my part. But if things really do go as planned, my father won't be able to avoid trial. Sorry, father. If I become queen, I'll at least make sure you won't be executed. Elsewhere, a soldier asked the Duke, "What do you think, my lord?" And the Duke responded, "Very nice. If you come across any other fine fabrics, do not hesitate to buy them." The soldier agreed, "As you wish." The Duke then added, "All right, that is all for now. I'm trusting you with this." The soldier assured him, "Of course, you can count on me, my lord." Later, Phaeton knocked and asked, "My lord, may I come in?" The Duke welcomed him. "Yes, the door is open." Phaeton apologized. "Pardon me for intruding on your personal time." The Duke reassured him, "Not at all. It's no trouble." "Is this concerning Count Pitt?" Phaeton confirmed, "Yes. We were unable to locate Kafir amongst the competitors or other guests. Both Philly and Phil Lawn searched the castle from top to bottom. He was nowhere to be found near the Count's accommodations, nor in any of the lodgings reserved for the knights." The Duke considered this and said, "I see. Let's wait until the jousting tournament. There's still a chance he could be romping about with a prostitute somewhere." Phaeton agreed, "Very well." Inwardly, the Duke thought, "Blast. I'm sure it's nothing. It has to be nothing. But what is this uneasy feeling?" Sir Roy stepped forward, announcing loudly, "Sir Roy, representing the house of Viscount William." "What a winning streak." "Congratulations, Viscount." Anna's father chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha. Well, he hasn't won the tournament just yet." Anna looked at the king with a gentle smile, thinking to herself, "Well done. He already can't keep his eyes off me." The king glared at Anna, thinking, "So she's the woman who insulted my big brother." A man then announced, "The next competitor is supposed to be from the house of Baron Jericho." Eli interjected firmly, "No, I should go next." Another voice murmured, but your turn is," and Eli waved it off, saying, "Pay no mind to such trivial things." The man stammered in disbelief. "But my lord," the king finally said, "continue as you wish." "Then our next competitor is the legend of the battlefield, Duke Eli." A soldier remarked that Eli was competing in the tournament himself, adding that he must be bored now that the war was over. Among the spectators, the women whispered, My, he's quite the handsome one." "I know, so manly," another agreed. Anna thought to herself, "Humph. He's nothing but a commoner." The king's mind raced with doubt, thinking, "Why is he suddenly so bold? Now I have to face the legend himself. Suppose I won't be winning this time." No, legends are simply exaggerations. If I defeat him here today, meanwhile, a commander called out, "You there?" And the king asked, "Did you know an Edna who used to work for the Viscount?" The commander paused, thinking, "Edna?" Then answered aloud, "Oh, is she the maid who he was tricked into marrying?" Another commander interjected, "No, we do not trouble ourselves with remembering the names of maids in the house of the Viscount, my lord." The king pressed, "Then let me rephrase my question. Have you ever laid a hand on one of the maids in that castle?" The commander replied cautiously, "I am unsure of what you mean by lay a hand on one, but whatever the meaning, yes, I have." The king acknowledged, "I see." The commander then added, "Well, then, there's no need for me to restrain myself." The king nodded, "Yeah." On the tournament field, spectators gasped as Eli's armor was crushed, leaving him only with a wooden lance, and someone exclaimed, "Wow, incredible. Did you see that? What a monster." A soldier announced, "Next up, Sir Lewis from the land of Rabite." Another voice asked, "What? You withdraw then?" "Sir Paul from the land of Tull." Sir Harrington from the land of Argon." "Surely not all of you have chosen to give up." Another man declared confidently, "I'll compete against him. I am Goth of Darfield. Put that on your list." The father exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what sort of man he is?" "I thought you were a coward, but I didn't know you were an idiot as well." The son replied confidently, "I do. I can tell what he's capable of just from seeing that last match. Even so, I shall win. And when I do, you must acknowledge me as your heir, as your eldest son." The father shook his head and said, "How pointless. Just don't embarrass my name." The king watched silently, thinking, so he came. Is he actually going to compete himself? I thought he'd send out another knight in his place. HM. Well, he's got spirit. Nearby, someone called, "Hey." The king added, "That helmet doesn't look like it was made for jousting." "Is this your first time competing in a horseback jousting tournament, young Master Goth?" A soldier interjected. "TK, that's none of your concern," the commander observed quietly, noting that the count had sent someone who wasn't remotely prepared for this and wondered what exactly he was playing at. Among the men, someone muttered, "Count Politics." The son thought determinately, Father is watching me. It's all right. A wooden lance couldn't possibly kill me. All I have to do is dismount him from his horse. It will be fine. I can do this. I shall gain my father's acknowledgement. I will defeat him." Phaeton instructed firmly, "Count throughout the tournament as you instructed." The commander responded, "McFadden." Phaeton reported, and there was still no sign of Kafir anywhere. "I still doubt that he's up to something," the commander then ordered. "We're heading back. Prepare to leave as soon as possible and only inform the men who are necessary to travel back with us. The civilians can return with the rest of our soldiers once the festival is over." Phaeton acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." The commander thought privately, "Blast, that calculating bastard. Please be safe, Edna." Edna looked up at the sky and said, The sky is so clear today." Raoul greeted her politely. "Good morning, my lady." She smiled and replied, "Good morning, Raoul." Chris noticed her and remarked, "You went in, casually. What is it?" "My lady," and then answered her, "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." "By the way, Chris, how are you getting along with Rhea these days?" Chris repeated, "With Rhea," and Edna explained, "Yes, you and her are both my close friends, so I do hope you two will get along." Chris responded thoughtfully, "Well, she's your personal doctor and ritual sister as well, so I'm comfortable around her. Also, there are some matters I should see to personally, but why are you looking at me that way?" "Please stop that." Edna laughed softly. "What?" "I'm just happy to hear you two are hitting it off so well." She felt a blush creeping up and thought to herself, For some reason, it feels embarrassing." Chris quickly added, "And please don't laugh like that, madam." A soldier approached and said respectfully, "Welcome, my lady. I heard you haven't been feeling well for some time. I do hope your health has improved." Edna reassured him, "I'm fine. I was just a bit tired, that's all. I apologize for not being able to come visit more often. Everyone must be working so hard. There must be so much for me to check on. Shall we get right to it?" The soldier guided her. Of course. Right this way. You can have a look inside." Edna followed silently, while Chris observed her and asked, "Are you feeling all right? You seem a bit tired." She smiled warmly, "I'm all right. I haven't been out in a while, that's all. My body may feel a bit tired, but I feel more energized than ever. The town is truly returning to its former glory, even without me here to give any orders. All this land that was barren and dry only a few months ago is now lush, and the crops are growing. The people who were starving and near death from exhaustion before now smile with so much vigor in life. I'm witnessing all the life this land has to offer, and also the power of each and every person here. I'm not tired at all. No, on the contrary, actually, I'm very, very happy." Chris nodded. "Yes, it's just as you said." Suddenly, the commander shouted urgently, "Bandits enough to form a squadron. Hurry, go gather all the soldiers." Another voice asked, "What about Lady Edna? Is she still out visiting the town?" And Eli's voice rang out, signaling concern. Edna heard Ritual calling out from his horse and turned as he exclaimed, "My lady, you're here as well." "Thank heavens." Chris asked urgently, "Ritual, what's going on?" Ritual answered, "We're under attack. The soldiers are holding them off in the east. The attackers are disguised as bandits, but Count Pitt's knights are clearly among them. My lady, we don't know where they'll attack next. Quickly, you must." Before he could finish, Chris realized aloud that they must already be fighting in the west as well. Edna thought to herself that they had first attacked in the east and now launched a simultaneous strike in the west, realizing this had clearly been planned for a long time. Rhea's earlier warning echoed in her mind. "Remember, my lady, your womb is weaker than most other women's. Therefore, you have a higher risk of having a miscarriage. It will take at least 2 months for the little one to stabilize, so you mustn't overexert yourself for at least the next 2 months. While you walk, as you sit, every little movement counts. You must take caution at all times. If by any chance you start bleeding, when Chris suddenly interrupted, saying that Ritual had set a signal and that it was from the watchtower near town, muttering, "Blast," he questioned whether the West had only been a decoy as well, then urged, "My lady, we must return to the castle immediately. They'll be in this town any moment now, Lady Edna." Edna's heart trembled as she thought, why now of all times? Is this divine punishment? Because a sinner like me shouldn't be allowed happiness. Dear Lord, is this what you want? The Duke's words echoed solemnly, "May the good Lord protect us all so that none of us shall perish needlessly." Edna called out firmly, "Chris," and when he answered, "Yes, madam," she issued her commands without hesitation, ordering him to gather as many able men and women in the town as possible, to drench every house with water because the bandits would surely try to burn the town first, to set up barriers at every open path with 2 layers spaced so that horses would be trapped if they jumped the first, and to find Friar Noel to ask about hiding places, recalling an underground passageway in the church blueprints. Chris tried to protest, but Edna turned to Ritual and ordered him to gather the soldiers and help evacuate the townspeople, instructing the monks to help keep everyone calm. Chris pleaded again that there was no time and that she must return to the castle, but Edna replied resolutely that precisely because there was no time, they had much to prepare and must hurry. When Chris begged once more, Edna declared it was an order, stating that they had already been ambushed once when their guard was down and that they could not allow the fragile hope that had begun to take root in the town to be extinguished. She insisted they follow her orders, urging them forward, declaring that they could do this and would not fail, promising to protect every one of them and asking them in turn to guard her. Then demanded Chris lend her his whip and instructed Ritual to relay her orders to the other soldiers exactly as given, stressing there was no time to waste. Ritual and Chris answered in unison, "Yes, Your Grace," and Edna responded softly, "Yeah." Deep in her heart, Edna prayed, "Dear Lord, if this is a test, then I shall endure so that I may overcome this and any other trial. Forgive me, Mother. Just this once, I shall fight again as Eden. Please let it only be this once, at least just for now. Please watch over me so that I may protect both the thousands of townspeople and the future of my own child." Sir Mond smiles softly, letting out a low hee-hee as a chilling excitement fills his chest, and in his mind, he repeats to himself that today is the day. The sky is clear, perfect for seeing the blood stain their land, and with a quiet sigh, he thinks, "Ah, I feel alive." Just then, Kiefer knocks on the door and announces, "Sir Mond, the soldiers are ready to be deployed." Mond turns toward him with satisfaction and says, "Oh, Kiefer. Good. That's great news. Let's hurry up and proceed." But Kiefer hesitates, asking, "What?" causing Mond to respond with a confused, "Huh," before Kiefer carefully questions, "Sir, were you planning on heading out yourself?" Without hesitation, Mond replies confidently, "Of course. I'm the commander. Who else will give the orders to the men out there?" However, Kiefer, maintaining his composure, explains, "That is correct, but today is not that kind of battle. There are some soldiers from our land, but you know very well that there are a number of criminals and beggars among them. They are not men who will follow the order of Darfield. I cannot guarantee your safety should something happen. You must stay in the castle. That is also an order from your father." Hearing this, Mond clicks his tongue in irritation and mutters, "From my father. TSK, I guess I have no choice." Though inwardly, he acknowledges the truth, thinking that they know his face, and it would be troublesome if they had evidence. Finally, he relents and says, "All right. I'll leave the battlefield to you, Kiefer," to which Kiefer bows and responds, "Yes, my lord." However, but before he can continue, Mond's expression twists into something far more sinister as he coldly orders, "Make sure to bring back the woman alive. I will personally carve out her eyes and cut off her nose, ears, arms, and legs. Then I'll send them to him as gifts. When he's about to lose it from anger, I'll send him his wife's head as the final present." He lets out a delighted breath, almost trembling with excitement as he adds, "Huh, just imagining it is getting me excited. Remember, Kiefer. Bring her back alive. Oh, and make sure to burn down as much as possible. The fire has to be big enough for me to see from Darfield. I'll need something to enjoy while I wait, don't you think?" Kiefer, unfazed on the surface, replies obediently, "Yes." "As you wish, Sir Mond." Meanwhile, among the soldiers, one quietly thinks that the Count has a lot to worry about before another commands, "Now then, let's get to work." The battlefield quickly descends into chaos as Kian shouts, "Ha," and a soldier cries out, "Af. Kian, are you all right?" Kian steadies himself and answers, I'm fine." Though in his thoughts, he admits, "I'm fine," but as another soldier curses, "Damn it. This is total chaos." "But Kian, did you notice?" And Kian responds seriously, "Yes. They're disguised as bandits, but I see some familiar faces." Anger flashes across his face as he growls, "The bastards, they have no pride as knights." Suddenly, a soldier shouts in alarm, "It's coming from the mines." Crap. This was a diversion. Realizing the situation, Kian quickly turns and says, "Shane, do you think you can hold this place with the remaining soldiers?" Shane hesitates but nods. "What?" "Oh, yeah, I'll manage." Kian entrusts the battlefield to him, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you. I need to get to the town." As he moves, his mind races, realizing it was all a diversion meant to divide their men, meaning some soldiers would head toward the mine after hearing the horn, leaving the town, where their lady is visiting, completely vulnerable. He clicks his tongue at himself, thinking, "Fool. Why are you thinking about him? She is not that person. She is Lady Edna, not Prince Eden. I know that, yet despite trying to suppress it, the feeling won't fade, and with determination, he shouts, "Clear a path. I must find Lady Edna." Even as doubt lingers, he admits to himself, "But still? If I don't go now, I feel I won't be able to forgive myself." Edna calmly hands something over and says, "Here, take this." The father, overwhelmed, stammers, "Thank you, Your Grace." "Why, Your Grace, what should we do now?" Maintaining her composure, Edna turns to him and asks, "Friar Noel, if the church were to fall under attack, will this underground grave remain safe?" Noel reassures her, "Yes. Yes, this place will not be affected, even if the church above crumbles." Hearing this, Edna continues, "Is there another way in, besides the entrance?" And Noel nods, explaining, "Yes, another way was built as bandits frequently raided this place." A small sense of relief crosses Edna's face as she says, "That's a relief. Looks like we are saved thanks to the diligent work of the church." But suddenly, Chris rushes in, panicked, shouting, "Your Grace." Edna immediately asks, "What is going on?" As Chris struggles to speak, "We're being attacked." Edna freezes for a moment, "Wait." But the fear spreads quickly as Chris cries out, "We're all going to die here." Edna raises her voice firmly, "Please calm down." However, the crowd begins to break into chaos, a woman sobbing, "And the Lord isn't here," while others shout in despair, "I don't want to die. Darn it. Why do we work so hard? If we were going to die like this, this is the end. Dear God, please save us." The panic grows uncontrollable until Edna suddenly shouts, "Quiet." Her voice cuts through the noise as she declares, "Crying and praying here will solve nothing. Use that time wasted on crying to live. I don't plan on dying here today, and I don't plan on letting my people die either. Above our knights are risking their lives for us, yet here you all are thinking about dying. This is the home you all worked so hard on. Will you let them trample on the land that we finally brought back? For now, calm down and follow my orders. Nothing will be accomplished if you continue to panic. We will teach them all a lesson. Those who can fight, follow me. Those who are unable to fight must evacuate with Friar Noel. There is no time to lose. We will fight for our home with our own two hands." Her words ignite courage among the people, while outside, the commander smirks and says, "Everything is going as planned. Let's join them. You men will do as you usually do. Burn and kill everything in your path. Oh, and if you come across a woman who looks like a noble, bring her back alive." That's an order from Sir Mond. The soldiers respond in unison, "Yes, sir." The commander then raises his voice confidently, "Now then, there is nothing to fear. Eli is away. Without him, all of these fighters are simple knights. Let's destroy them all. Meanwhile, one of Edna's soldiers feels the ground trembling beneath his feet and thinks, the ground is shaking. The one leading, is that Kiefer? As we thought, this was planned by Count Politics. Even the commander himself feels unease creeping in as he thinks, everyone looks nervous. Well, so am I. It's all right. But among Edna's side, a soldier steadies his resolve, remembering her words as he thinks. Lady Edna said we could do this. I believe in her words. We will get through this. A desperate woman falls to her knees, trembling as she cries out, please, have mercy. I'll give you anything you want. Just please, not my child. But the soldier only laughs coldly and says, hey, she said she'd give us anything. What can we even take from this dump? Then, with no hint of sympathy, he continues, sorry lady, but we're not here to pillage. We're here to kill. If you want, you can blame your lord for this in hell. Just as despair reaches its peak, another soldier rushes in and shouts, ma'am, are you all right? You're safe now. The woman, still shaking, bursts into tears of relief. Thank you. But how? The soldier explains quickly, much has happened. The lady has been giving orders. We may be weaker, but we have more people. She said we can win if we ambush the smaller groups one by one. Confused, the woman repeats, the lady, and the soldier's eyes shine with admiration as he says, yes, she's incredible. There isn't a hero in any land who can compare to Lady Edna right now. She's like a god of war. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle echo loudly, ugh. Ack, as Edna moves through the chaos, her mind recalling firm words, always remember, Edna. You are as skilled as any knight in the palace. However, you cannot best them with force. That is simply out of your hands. That is why you must learn to wield that whip as if it is a part of your own body. Learn to push and pull it. Take advantage of the strength of those trying to defeat you with force alone. Just then, an enemy soldier charges at her, shouting, blast. How dare you? Just come quietly, you foolish woman. A nearby soldier calls out in alarm, Your Grace, as the enemy lunges forward, K-dash, but in a swift motion, Edna strikes and kills him without hesitation. Stunned, the soldier calls out again, Your Grace? Lady Edna, are you all right? Edna catches her breath and replies, he managed to tear my dress a bit, but this is much better. Hold this for a moment. The soldier immediately obeys, yes, my lady. As Edna steadies herself, she thinks, now this is perfect. My dress was too heavy and was slowing me down anyway. Elsewhere, the commander observes the battlefield carefully, thinking it was a good idea to take the hidden passage and ambush them first from outside of town. I don't see any of Eli's men here, though. They must be trapped in the town center. One-eyed, one-armed, even some without their nose or ears. They may be hiding under those hoods, but it's clear these men were prisoners. They must have been tortured in the Count's castle until today and set free with the promise of a reward. Perhaps in exchange for their freedom, they're simply a band of criminals, but their numbers will make it hard to break through. If our knights are trapped at the center, then the Count's best knights must be there as well. I have to defeat them and gather all our people together. I must head towards the center and join our knights. Kiefer's thoughts churned with frustration and fear as he muttered to himself, damn it. Where is Lady Edna? This anxiety, I know this feeling. I've felt it before. When I couldn't protect the one I was supposed to. Nearby, a girl's voice rang out, sharp and prophetic, Kian, do you see? He's the one you will serve for the rest of your life. From the moment you take your oath as a knight, he will be your lord and your son. Kian's mind wandered, remembering how it began out of duty, but over time, he had watched that person shine brighter and brighter until he truly became his son. Yet in the end, he couldn't protect him. Others would say the prince was weak and feeble, but Kian knew better. That was not his true self. He had hidden his strength, waiting for the right time, and behind those quiet eyes burned a light that could not be hidden, a light Kian longed to protect. The Duke, his imposing presence looming, asked sharply, is this the one? Kian reflected on the battles, noting that the main palace, where Duquesne III had stayed, was quickly conquered, but at the Queen's palace, stronger foes awaited. The Duke's eyes narrowed as he continued. You killed 8 of my men. They were soldiers I had handpicked. You're quite strong. I like people like you. Join my side, Kian. Because of you, I'm now short on men. If you follow me, well, you won't get anything like glory or honor. But I will promise you your life. Kian's thoughts ran deeper as he considered the man before him, his back to the light, face hidden, yet his eyes held the same light he had once known. Finally, Kian spoke, "Yes, my lord," but inwardly, he wrestled with fear and guilt, thinking, I've already lost one lord. If I fail this one as well, how would I be able to live with what I've done? Actually, I know I'm chasing an illusion. Still, I don't want to see the one who resembles him. Befall the same end. Chaos erupted as a soldier shouted, "Ga," only for Edna to strike decisively, calling out, "Got you." The soldier barely had time to cry, "What?" before she attacked from horseback, taking him down instantly. Another soldier's mind raced, trapped between fear and strategy, thinking, I can't move forward. I could lose them if I was by myself, but this is the townspeople's first experience with battle. Even though they are greater in number, if I leave them, they might. What should I do? Panic gave way to hope as the people's voices rang out, Your Grace. Behind us, at the rear. The knights have arrived. The knights from our land. They are headed this way, defeating the enemies to our rear. Well, it looks like today is not the day we die. Edna's voice cut through, firm and commanding. Don't lose your focus. We must stay in formation, and the people, emboldened by her presence, responded in unison, Yes, ma'am. A soldier glanced over at Chris, concern in his voice as he asked, Chris, you hanging in there? Chris groaned in pain, barely lifting his head. Don't talk to me. I'm dying. The soldier, frustrated, kicked him lightly and muttered, Humph. I see you have enough energy to grumble. Get up. There's no time to lie around. Chris winced and snapped, Ugh, Ritual. You've been especially harsh on me recently. The soldier shook his head, dismissing it. You're imagining things. Chris frowned, insisting, No, I don't think so. The soldier's tone hardened as he said, If you've got time to play, then figure out how to get us out alive. If we don't do something about Kiefer's men, we're both dead. Chris flinched. Don't hit me with the back of your sword. How does it look right now? The soldier assessed the battlefield grimly. Very bad. Most of the bandits are gone. But about 10 of the Count's knights, including Kiefer, remain, and most of them are on horseback, unharmed. Meanwhile, we have no horses and about 5 injured knights. If Kiefer wasn't there, we could do something. I hate to admit it, but Kiefer lives up to his fame. Chris gritted his teeth. Regardless, we have to keep them here until reinforcements arrive. If they get through, they'll head straight for town. Lady Edna said it's all right, but the townspeople can't fight against a squad of knights. We have to guard this place, with our lives. Suddenly, noticing Ritual's movement, Chris yelled, WH. What are you doing, Ritual? Ritual replied, slightly embarrassed. Oh, I was reacting to something stupid, you know. Don't even think of throwing away your life so easily. Think of Rhea, will you? Chris stammered, WH. Why does Rhea matter right now? What does Rhea have to do with this? Ritual's expression hardened as he said, Don't play dumb. You think I wouldn't notice that you like Rhea? My sister has been hurt a lot, so she may be a bit odd, but those flaws don't matter. She's a good person. You have to make her happy. Of course, that's if Rhea chooses to accept you. Chris took a deep breath. Well, I didn't mean that I would literally die. And once this is over, I'm going to confess. Now, where will you strike first? Ritual answered confidently. I'm going for the 2 on the left. Aim for the horse's legs. Chris nodded, determination in his eyes, I know. Going on 3. 1, 2, 3. Chaos erupted as Sir Kian and Edna shouted, Aff. Tie him up. The soldiers responded immediately, Yes, ma'am. Edna, her mind calculating, thought, The sun will set soon. The woods are dangerous at night. I'd like to wrap things up here as quickly as possible. Just then, a soldier arrived breathless, my lady. I'm sorry for being late. Are you all right? Edna reassured him calmly, I'm fine. The soldier's eyes widened as he noticed the blood. My lady, there's blood. Edna glanced at it and said softly, Oh, I'm alright. It's not my blood. In any case, Roman replied. Yes. Edna turned to him and commanded, lend me your horse. Roman blinked in surprise. My horse, she affirmed firmly. Yes, there's no time to lose. Roman froze, staring at Edna with wide eyes. My horse. Wait, why are you holding a sword? And what happened to your dress? It's too dangerous here, Your Grace. I'll take you to a safer place. Edna glanced at him sharply, her tone calm but commanding. Are you hurt? Roman stammered, unsure of what to say. And no. Edna's gaze hardened as she said, I know this must be hard to understand. But I don't have time to explain. Instead, trust me. I am not as weak as you think. Roman hesitated, murmuring, but still, the crowd around them erupted, shouting, come on, just let her go. How long do you plan on letting Her Grace just stand there during such a critical time? Hurry up. She's been taking the lead and defeating enemies left and right. She's probably better on a horse than you. Roman looked conflicted, replying, wait, more may arrive at any moment. Shouldn't you be guarding the front now? Hey, wait, don't drag me off. Your Grace. Will you really be all right? Edna gave a confident nod. I'll be fine. A few bandits won't be enough to hurt me. Don't worry. Focus on protecting the townspeople. Roman exhaled, finally trusting her. All right, I've seen how good you are with my own eyes. I hope you'll simply explain everything later. In her mind, Edna admitted, I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. If I do have to talk about this, the one who should hear about it first is that person. The chaos of battle drew Kian's attention as he gasped, and Ritual shouted, Sir Kian. Kian growled through frustration, darn, Yule. Huh. Suddenly, Mond and Kian clashed violently, the air thick with steel and fury, each strike echoing as Kian yelled, Gah! Ritual's voice cut through the chaos, Sir Kian. Mond laughed darkly, pointing at him, Kiefer. Haha. To see the great Kian himself looking like this, Kian's eyes narrowed and he spat, Humph. You imbecile. Even the blacksmith who made your sword must feel ashamed. Mond smirked, his arrogance unshaken. Your mouth is more alive than ever. Because of that arrogant attitude of yours, many of the knights hated you. I was one of them. Now, Kian, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Kneel before me, and even as the duel raged on, Monda's voice lingered menacingly, while in the meantime, oh right, you're here. When will I appear? Kiefer's laughter cut through the smoke and chaos, sharp and mocking. How pitiful. Are these truly the knights Eli was so proud of? Huh. I didn't even need to wear this armor underneath. Ritual glared at him, retorting, you talk a big game for someone who's winning thanks to their numbers. Do you have no shame? Kiefer only grinned wider, amusement dancing in his eyes. Haha, you're quite talkative yourself. Listen, you worthless scum, I don't care how noble you think you are, but right now, we're the ones looking down on you, and you're the ones waiting for death. The one who's alive at the end wins. Didn't you learn that while spending all your time at war? The sun is setting. It's time to finish this. Now, set this forest on fire. We'll need some light for our way back. Chris's voice cracked with anger and desperation. Fool. Do you think we'll just let you do that? We won't. Stay still. Ugh, the young master told us several times. Kiefer's voice carried above the shouts. He wants a fire big enough to see from his castle. Chris's heart sank as he saw the flames begin. Ah, no. These people worked so hard for this land. Chris, no. Don't go. Guh, Ritual bellowed. Chris. Damn it, move, and Chris shouted desperately. If you die here and leave Rhea behind, I won't forgive you. Did you hear me, Chris? Kian groaned in pain, clutching his injury, thinking, darn, I can't fight properly because of this. Kiefer's voice rang again, calm yet terrifying. I usually avoid such troublesome things. Stop there. But beheading you could be quite fun. It would be something worth boasting about, you know. Slicing off the head of Kian. I'll skin your face and pass it down to my children. So feel honored. Looks like the town is finished. It's just the right time to, huh? What are you laughing at? Kian allowed himself a small, grim smile, letting the defiance shine through. Haha, Kiefer, you fool. Are those sounds really the cries of the criminals you brought? Listen carefully. Men, women, children, and even the old. That is the cry of Westfield. You've lost. Inwardly, Kian thought, people will arrive soon to put out the fire. It's fine as long as we've won. I don't regret dying here. But I wish I could see that person one last time before, he whispered, almost to himself, Prince Eden. Kiefer stared in disbelief, his voice trembling with both confusion and rage as he said, Are you? The Duke's. Inside, his thoughts spiraled. What? What am I asking? That blood-stained woman can't be the Duchess. What kind of noble lady holds a sword like that? But what is this overpowering aura? It's as if I'm being looked down on. Kian's voice broke through the tension, full of awe and hope. Prince Eden, is that you? Prince Eden. My lord, my one son, is it really you? Have you truly returned? Edna's calm but commanding tone answered, yes. Kian, you've fought well. If you all hadn't held this place, the townspeople wouldn't have been able to push them back, no matter how many hands they had. So Kian, gather yourself and stand back. Your wounds are deep, but you must not die here. You must help me and my husband. Kian thought, this person, she is Prince Eden, and also, but my lord, the path you wish to take may be too cruel for you. As you wish, my son. Edna turned her gaze sharply toward Kiefer. Kiefer, Count Polit's best knight, am I correct? Kiefer stammered, yes, that is, but inside, panic surged. What am I doing? You idiot. I was overwhelmed by her aura and blurted out something I shouldn't have. Me, Kiefer. Darn it. At this rate, I'll end up confessing the Count's plan myself. No, I can't let that happen. His fear and frustration erupted as he shouted, kill her. Duchess or not, kill them all. Kill every single one of them. Kian approached McFadden, concern etched across his face, and asked, McFadden. McFadden looked at him calmly and inquired, how's your shoulder? Kiefer replied with a hint of pride, it's been treated, so it's fine. McFadden nodded slowly, then asked, how is Lady Edna? Kiefer answered, she's asleep. Resting after moving around all day, McFadden shook his head in disbelief. MHM. And she had left her sickbed just a few days ago. It's hard to believe even after seeing it myself. McFadden's thoughts raced. On Lord Eli's command, I ran here without sleep for 3 days and arrived in time to see the Duchess slaughter the enemy. She stood against the great knight of Darfield. Although his honor was questionable, his skill with the sword was well known. Yet, she easily defeated him, in one swing, without injury. It's not just her looks. The way she fought, she is definitely Prince Eden. Kiefer frowned and asked, what's with you? McFadden replied solemnly, but if she's really Prince Eden, you heard her yourself. She's Prince Eden. Then, after that day, as a woman she must have suffered so much. No, even before, she lived her life as the royal prince, hiding her secret, enduring so much cruelty, and that also means the Lord is her enemy. Kiefer's eyes darkened with resolve. McFadden, if you are planning to tell Lord Eli about her true identity, or if you are planning to do anything that will bring her harm, I will fight you. Not just you, but Chris, Rittrell, Owen, the lord of this castle, and even the king of this country. If it's for her, I will not hesitate to raise my sword. McFadden bowed slightly, replying, even with your warning, I wasn't planning on telling the Lord. Both the king and I owe our lives to her. As a knight, I will not drag my savior into danger. However, if her identity somehow becomes known, and if that causes harm to the Lord or to the king, I will have no choice. Kiefer nodded gravely, if that happens, do your best for the Lord you serve. And I, too, will do my best for my lord. You're pretty cocky. Rhea stepped forward, her voice trembling but firm. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Edna blinked, startled. Rhea rushed to her side, crying, my lady. What were you thinking? How could you do something so dangerous in such a state? Your whole body was covered in blood, and you wouldn't wake up. Edna's voice wavered. Rhea. Rhea pressed her hands to Edna's shoulders, tears streaming. Do you know how scared I was? It was a miracle. That you came back safely, really, it's nothing short of a miracle. Edna's mind drifted, reflecting. I A dream. It was warm and gentle. That voice, that touch. She was never like that before. She finally whispered, "Mother," and in her thoughts, she acknowledged, "You saved me." "Me and my child," Rhea continued anxiously, "my lady. Are you all right?" The servant approached the king and said, "You seem bored, your majesty. Should I call in the jesters?" The king waved a hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine. Let our guests enjoy the music and socialize a bit longer." The servant continued carefully, "I suppose, since the guest of honor was unable to attend, you'd feel a bit lonely. I heard you two have been good friends for a long time. This must be disappointing." The king smiled faintly. "Well, I've given him his prize separately. And although it is disappointing, everyone knows how busy Westfield must be. Can you really not stay even for one day? The feast tomorrow will be to award the winner of the jousting match. If the guest of honor is missing, everyone will be disheartened." The Duke bowed respectfully. "Please forgive me, your majesty. Darfield is acting suspiciously." The king's eyes narrowed slightly. I guess you're not satisfied with just sending McFadden there." The Duke nodded. "Yes, unfortunately." The king leaned back in his chair and said, "It's good that you're worried about your wife. But think of your land too." The Duke frowned. "Excuse me? It's written all over your face. You've become quite the sweet husband since I last saw you. Do you love Lady Edna that much?" The Duke answered earnestly, "Yes, I love her, with all my heart and soul." The king chuckled. "Ha ha. With all my heart and soul. I asked a newlywed a silly question, didn't I?" The Duke replied, slightly embarrassed, "You're being childish, your majesty. I really want to meet her as well. You should bring her here someday." "I don't want to. It's best if only I can see her." The king laughed. "Don't be so stingy. Enough of the jokes. You may return home. And I'll let you take our fastest horse." The Duke stammered. "Thank you, your majesty." The king waved. "Oh, and one more thing, I have a gift for you." The Duke blinked. "That's your majesty." The servant looked nervously at the king. "Your majesty. Are you all right?" "If you're tired." The king waved them off. "Oh, my apologies. My mind must have wandered. What were we talking about?" One of the men laughed. "Ha ha, it's not me. There's a lady over there who's been waiting for you." The king's eyes widened. "Waiting for me?" Anna stepped forward gracefully. "Greetings, your majesty. I am Anna, daughter of Viscount William." The king thought for a moment. "Oh right. This woman." He said politely, "Nice to meet you." Anna bowed deeply. "Though it was due to circumstances out of my control, I have disobeyed your orders, your majesty, and so I came here to ask for your forgiveness." The king smiled kindly. I already heard the rumors. You were very sick, weren't you? How unfortunate. But the Duke has fallen in love with his new bride, so everything has been forgiven. Isn't that great?" Anna's mind raced. "Great. In the worst-case scenario, I thought I would still be forced to marry that man. But it looks like he's not planning to send me to that imbecile." The king also considered quietly. "I can see what you're thinking. You humiliated my brother, show no signs of remorse, and now you are trying to seduce me. There's a limit to how brazen you can be. I was going to punish her since she disobeyed a royal order, but perhaps I'll add a bit of personal revenge as well." Anna nodded politely. "This is a heavy topic to discuss at such a merry feast. And I have some questions I'd like to ask you as well. Why don't we continue this somewhere quieter?" The king inclined his head. "At my chamber, perhaps?" "How is that?" Anna smiled faintly. "Yes, I'll await your summons." "I hope you enjoy the rest of the feast." In her mind, she thought triumphantly, I did it. I win. I didn't even need to mention it. The king invited me to his chamber first. Once we're alone, he will have no choice but to fall for me. Men are all the same. He pretends to be a pure king, superficial beasts that care only about looks. But in the end, King Caden is a man as well. I'll give him what he wants. That makes everything easier. And in exchange, I'll get what I want. The Duke thought to himself, this necklace, it's a treasure of the royal family, passed down onto the wives of Beowald. I would like to give this to Lady Edna as a gift. And don't refuse. You must accept this as a royal order. I can't wait to see you." Meanwhile, his father called out with concern, "Anna, don't you think you're drinking too much? We don't know when the king will summon you, and this worries me." Anna replied lightly, "My father. You're so timid. There's nothing to worry about. Why would he call me to his chamber? Because he has already fallen for my charms. Just then, a maid approached and said, "Pardon me. You must be Lady Anna? I send word from the king. He would like to see you after the sun sets." Anna smiled triumphantly. "What did I tell you? I will make you a part of the royal family, father. You will sit with the council and become one of the greats who commands this country. If I become queen, no, if I simply have the king's child. So here." "Cheers, father." She drank with a flourish and then paused, thinking, did I drink too much? That stupid old man. I tried too hard to match his pace. Ugh, I feel dizzy. I feel like the whole world is spinning, right, King Caden? I have to go see King Caden. Soon after, she arrived, announcing boldly, "All right." The king greeted her warmly. "Here comes the queen." "Lady Anna, you're here. Why are you so late? I was anxiously waiting for you. Now, come this way." "Lady Anna, you're so beautiful. Please be my queen." Anna responded smoothly, "Your Majesty," while internally thinking, "You're not that handsome, and you're kinda short, and you look really timid and shy. But since you're the king, I'll let you have me." The king's thoughts drifted. Long hair, it tickles, and Anna stifled a laugh. "That tickle. Haha, Your Majesty. Your Majesty." A horse neighed loudly, startling her, and she thought, this is. Wait, what happened? The stable. King Caden's chamber. Last night, I didn't make it. Suddenly, her father rushed in, shouting, "Anna, Anna. There you are." "What happened?" "The king confiscated our family's title, land, and fortune. He took everything." "I thought you asked him for forgiveness." "But what are you doing here in the stable?" "Anna, Anna," King Caden observed quietly, thinking, no wonder she didn't come last night. But to think she was drunk with the horses. "I was planning to humiliate her myself, but it looks like she's doing well on her own." "Well, I suppose this is for the best." The Duke urged his men forward. "We're almost there. Keep it up, just a bit further." "Is something burning?" "Darn it, no." "It can't be," a soldier shouted, "my lord," and the Duke called for Macklin. "Macklin, give me a status report." Macklin reported, "Knights from Darkfield brought along a group of bandits to attack us." The Duke asked, "What of Kian and McFadden?" Macklin replied, "Sir Kian was seriously injured and his wounds are being treated. Sir McFadden is chasing down the remaining enemies in Chester Forest. The town and a part of the forest was burnt, but the number of casualties is low. The knights and townspeople fought well." The Duke's voice wavered. "You said Kian was injured." Macklin explained, "Yes. We were attacked at different times in different places, including at the castle. I heard some of the people at the castle were either hurt or killed." The Duke shook his head, then, "No, it's nothing. I'll hear the rest at the castle." Macklin affirmed, "Yes, my lord." The Duke thought bitterly, how pathetic. "I've gone through numerous battlefields, yet I've never felt like this before. Is Edna safe?" I couldn't ask because I was afraid of the answer. "Afraid? Yes, I'm afraid. What if something happened to Edna? What if I couldn't protect again the ones I love?" Caden called, "On, your grace dash," and Rowell added, "Come." "My lord." "You've returned so early." The Duke demanded, "Rowell, where's Edna?" Rowell answered, "She's sleeping in her." And the Duke interrupted, "I see," thinking, is she hurt? Doesn't look like it. A rush of relief escaped him. "Hiya. Thank you, dear gods. Really, no one else could make me tremble like this." Edna stirred. Eli. "I thought I was dreaming." The Duke gently said, "I didn't mean to wake you." And Edna asked, "This really isn't a dream." The Duke reassured her, "It's not a dream." "I'm sorry for leaving you alone, my love." Edna laughed softly, "Haha, but don't hug me too tightly. We wouldn't want our lovely child to get hurt, no." The Duke froze, and Edna's mind raced, "Our lovely child. Oh, dear gods. Can I really be this happy? Thank you for letting me meet this person. Thank you." Goth cried out, "Father, all my life, you never once acknowledged me. Perhaps my actions seem trifling to you, but I always did my best. I spent my whole life trying to win your acceptance. Worthless. Mo. Worthless. Worthless, you say? You're the one who made my life like this. Even until the end, you chose to ignore me until the very end. Father, I despise you, I loathe you, father. The Duke thought those were Goth's last words. His heir had died. But the Count remained calm, even through this unexpected turn of events. Goth's father said, "It's all right. I have another son," the Duke continued thinking, because he still had Mond. Mond was a bit slow, but he was full of bravery and aspiration. That was how the Count comforted himself while watching over his son's dead body. Though he had always fought with Goth, he would surely seek out revenge once he heard the news. The Duke said, "Kill Mond. We won't go to war. Our land still lacks the strength. We won't win if we fight head-on. But it's not like we can just ignore them either. They dared to step on my land with their dirty feet. It's not enough to just kill some of their henchmen. We must execute the leader." McFadden replied, "We've already sent out our best spies. They can kill an idiot like Mond in the blink of an eye. This will serve as a good warning." The Duke thought to himself, however, there was no need for Eli to make a move. Mond was already dead. Let's look back on what happened. He was there when Kiefer was killed. He was there, watching Edna. Kiefer thought, who is she? The Duchess? What kind of noble lady can kill a head knight in one swing? She's just a woman. Should I attack? Eli's other men are all exhausted anyway. I shouldn't. Kiefer got killed. It was too risky. No, the Duke continued thinking it was a decision made on pure instinct, but seeing as McFadden was there as well, Mond was particularly careful. It was the right choice. He traveled the whole way on foot to avoid being noticed, until he arrived at a small town at the edge of Darfield. He was tired and exhausted. He wanted to eat, drink, and lie down somewhere comfortable. He chose a small farmhouse and tried to fill his stomach with what he found in the warehouse. A girl shouted, who? The Duke continued. When he came to, he was strangling the girl. Huh? Do I really need to do this? He thought hazily. He was so confused that he didn't take note of the objects spilling around as the girl tossed about. And so he couldn't comprehend what had happened. The girl's father had rushed in with a pickaxe when he heard the ruckus. The axe striking his head was the last thing Mond remembered. It was a futile death. But that was the fuse that lit a very big explosion. McFadden asked, "What are your thoughts?" Kian replied, "About what?" "If you mean about killing Mond, then of course." "I think they deserve it," McFadden said. "No, not that. I meant about the Lord and Lady." Kian frowned. "You're still talking about that?" "As I told you before, if you do anything to hurt her," McFadden quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. As you know, she's a savior to me as well. And they're such a lovely couple. I don't plan to interfere. But I'm worried exactly because they love each other so much. I wonder if we should tell His Grace about what happened in the past. I want to hear your opinion, Kian. Kian considered. "What do you think?" McFadden said. "I think His Grace should know. Because they love each other." She already knew everything. That the child she saved killed the royal family, and that I was the knight who was beside that child. She knew, yet she said it was all right. "That's why I think he should know." "Because Eden has already forgiven everything," Kian nodded. "Then do as you think." "That's quite a good conclusion coming from someone like you," the Duke exclaimed. What? "Why, you little..." Edna hummed softly. "MHM. Edna thought, when did I fall asleep again? Eli came back at dawn. Eli, was that real? Now it feels like a dream. Oh well, I should get changed first and ask Raoul later." I'm still sleepy. I have so much work to do," Edna stammered. Eli? Duke Eli asked, "Did you sleep well?" Edna replied, "You almost scared the child out of me." Eli said, "What?" And she laughed. "Pfft, ha ha ha, I've never seen you this flustered." Eli smirked. "Only in front of you. If you laugh too much, you might not get your present." Edna blinked. "A present?" Duke Eli added, "Actually, I was thinking of showing it to you after we eat." Edna thought, "This is my mother's," and said, "This necklace is a treasure that has been handed down through the royal Beowald family. Only queens can wear this necklace." She recalled her mother saying, "One day, you too, when you find a queen." Edna continued thinking, it was as beautiful as the stars, but it wasn't mine to have. "I thought I'd never be able to wear it." Duke asked Edna, and she replied, "I'm all right." Duke said, "It's Edna smiled. It's just so beautiful, that's why. And because I'm so happy, thank you. I love you, Monda's father muttered. Mond is dead. No one is left to continue our family's legacy. How did things become like this? Eli, it's his fault. This is all his fault, Edna said. Thank you for coming. I apologize for calling you at such a busy time. Training the new soldiers, repairing the damages. Eli seems tired as well. McFadden replied, Ah yes. Edna continued, You look a bit uncomfortable. McFadden stammered, Not at all, Your Grace. I'm just not used to this, that's all. You're the first to invite a soldier like me to tea. I'm sure you already know, Edna said, but today, I didn't summon you here just for tea. The knight and boy that I saved a long time ago, you told me that it was you and Caden, the one who led the revolution. I'd like to hear more about that. Eli and Caden. And their relationship. When Eli came back, he gave me a present. It was the necklace that had been passed down to queens. He knew the value of the necklace, and so did Caden. It's a gift from Caden. They gave it to me, despite knowing this. I am a stranger. They don't know where I'm from. Yet they gave me a royal treasure. Isn't that a bit too much to be given, between a lord and his vassal? Please don't be so alarmed, McFadden. I know I sounded harsh, but I'm not trying to start anything suspicious. I just want to know. I want to know everything about him. Eli is very strong and confident, but when I take a careful look, he has big and small scars all over his body. So many scars that they can't even be covered by armor. I want to help heal all those wounds. Oh, but you don't have to force yourself. I know I'm hiding things myself, so it'd be selfish to want to know everything, McFadden thought. Perhaps, if it's her, then said, This will be a very long story, my lady. Edna replied, First, I should start from that time. When you saved me and Sir Caden. Caden's father said, Walk properly, Caden. Caden stammered, Father, Edna thought. After Diane killed herself, Duquesne III would not let go of his anger. Despite all the gold and jewels that were offered, Duquesne III only felt more suspicious. In the end, he decided to test the loyalty of the McGregor family. Edna recalled the king saying, You have 2 sons, don't you? The man replied, Yes. However, I was told my first son wouldn't last 3 more years due to his frail health. The king said, Then, what will you do about an heir? The man said, I am educating my second son. Well, I've been gifted with some hunting dogs recently. I'd like to test how well they're trained, but it's not yet hunting season. So I've been growing impatient. The king said, Let's see, a weak prey would do nothing to excite the dogs. All right, the second one will do. A dishonor resulting from a life taken must be atoned for with another life, don't you think? Caden's father said, We're going to see the king. Caden thought, that is what Hayden said, but Caden knew. His father said, Get in. Caden thought, it was his turn. Father might kill me. Caden said, Father. His father replied, Yes. Caden pleaded, Please have mercy. His father said, No, why do you think I've fed you and clothed you until now? All of this is for the revival of our family, Edna thought. Caden was forced to play a role. A role that was too cruel for an 11-year-old child.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.